special in-game sponsors who include Bank West, the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, Central Dakota Eye Care, Envirotech, the South Dakota Attorney General's Office, by Comtech, Rounds Financial Services, Coca-Cola Bottling, Wealth Partners, Ameriprise Financial, Family Dental, Pierre in Gettysburg, Hermanson Endodontics, Cowboy Country Stores, and Gales Gas Service in Pierre. As we invite you to keep up to date with the scores of today's matches and these duels with the Gales Gas Service scoreboard from Gales Gas Service in Pierre. Again, hello, good afternoon. Brian Oakland with play-by-play coming up. I'll be joined later on by John Calda, who will help us out. John coaches the middle schoolers, so they've still got practice going on right now. He will be by at about 5 o'clock this afternoon. We'll have girls' matches followed by the boys' matches for all of our duels here today in this ESD triangular. But we'll take an opening 3-minute timeout. We'll get into our Bank West pregame show and talk about what we have coming up for you. It's Bank West for the best. We didn't get interviews with the coaches today, unfortunately. Weigh-ins took precedence, but we'll talk about keys to success and look at starting lineups and more, at least what we expect there to be for our teams today as well. That's all part of our Bank West pregame show. Coming back in 3 minutes, it's Governor Wrestling on your official voice of the Governors, River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
There when you need them the most. Bank West insurance agents Sam Kennecke and Angie Taylor are here to make your life easier.
As an independent agency, we're able to customize an insurance plan to fit your individual needs.
We work with dozens of companies to find you the best possible coverage and the best price.
For your insurance needs, contact Sam or Angie at Bank West Insurance in Pierre. Bank West, convenient, connected, committed. Insurance products are not deposits, not FDIC insured, not insured by any federal agency, not guaranteed by any bank, and may go down in value.
This winter, Beck Motor Company is your go-to Chevy dealer for automotive needs. From the tough, rugged Chevy Silverado to a versatile Equinox, we've got the perfect ride for every season. Need service? Our expert team is here to keep you cruising through winter with confidence. Beck Motor Company, your trusted local Chevy dealer, proudly serving you with top-notch vehicles, service, and customer care. Stop by today and drive away with a deal you'll love. www.beck-motors.com 605-224-5912.
Dakota Storm Roofing is a locally owned roofing company in Pierre, specializing in both residential and commercial roofing services. They can handle your asphalt shingle, metal roofing, and flat roof needs. New construction, plus all types of roof repairs. They can handle the finishing touches, adding fascia, soffit, and gutters too. No job is too big or too small. For a free estimate, call Dakota Storm Roofing at 280-9794. Go to dakotastormroofing.com or find them on Facebook or Instagram.
Superior Concrete is proud to sponsor the Governors this season and just as proud to offer the finest concrete solutions available for commercial and residential applications as well as foundation and flat work. The bottom line, if you need anything done with concrete, we can do it. Superior Concrete. Give us a call today for an estimate or more information. That's Superior Concrete. Find us on Facebook or call the office at 605-494-0102. That's 494-0102. Call today.
Do you love watching high school sports but find yourself wanting to be more involved? LiveTicket.tv has the solution for you. They're looking for production managers to assist for this school year. Duties include the management of equipment as well as basic technological understanding. But don't stress, paid training will be provided. Part-time wages starting at $20 per hour. Call 833-605-LIVE, extension 2. That's 833-605-5483, extension 2. And punch your ticket to joining one of the fastest growing companies in South Dakota.
From the early days of South Dakota statehood through today's digital revolution, Bank West has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. Bank West Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose Bank West. Bank West. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
Back at Riggs High Gym as people start to file in here to watch some wrestling. Obviously, the work crowd will come up a little bit later on today, but 3 duels that'll all count in ESD competition taking place today, boys and girls alike. As again, welcome to Riggs High Gym. Brian Oakland with a play-by-play, and wishing all of those who are on the road for this holiday, or not the holiday season, but the winter driving season, the high school sports driving season, on behalf of the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety. They remind us to slow the drive, arrive alive, and buckle up too. Every trip, every time, you've got some place to be. It starts with you. In fact, that reminder from the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety. Well, as we take a look at what's coming up here in Keys to Success, in our version of Keys to Success in the pregame sponsored by Central Dakota Eye Care, looking at the Pierre Governors for the girls first. And girls had a duel with Harrisburg here on Friday at Riggs High Gym, and then they went down south to the Lyman Invitational. By the way, a 60-24 victory over Harrisburg. The Governors have not lost in dual competition for the girls. They are 5-0 so far, with also wins over Brookings, Yankton, Huron, and Aberdeen. They'll try to collect a couple more here today against T-Area and Watertown. T-Area is kind of a they don't have a lot of numbers. In fact, we only expect 4 Lady Titans to be wrestling here today, but the Governors still have not a full roster. That's the strange thing. And one thing that about girls wrestling this year, they've actually added 2 more weight classes. They added to 12 last year. Now they're up to 14. They're filling the same number of weight classes that the boys are, but the Pierre Governors, for the first time, really aren't filling all of their weight classes. They do leave a couple of weight classes open. So that has actually opened the door for their biggest rivalry of the last 4 or 5 years, their biggest rival in the Canton Seahawks, who do have most of their weight classes filled, or if not all. And we're starting to see Canton maybe this year becoming the favorite as far as girls wrestling goes. The Governors, of course, have won 4 state championships in a row ever since team totals were taken at the state tournament. Canton has finished second in all 4 of those years, but this year Canton seems to be the team that may come out on top. In fact, Canton was at the Lyman Invitational, the Bride of the Monster, as they call it, on Saturday afternoon, and they had a total of 257 points. The Governors were in second, but a distant second, 166.5, and they were still 24 points ahead of Spearfish, who is in third. So as the sport of girls wrestling continues to grow, the Governors are still right there in the mix, but again, the numbers are scaling back a little bit for Pierre. They're continuing in Canton and even in other places, seeing teams like Spearfish and Harrisburg, among others, that are really coming on. And it's still exciting as far as the growth of the sport of girls wrestling. But as we mentioned, T-Area hasn't quite caught up yet. They've got 4 girls that we expect to see today. They had 3 girls compete in the Bride of the Monster as well. They also competed in that Lyman Invitational, scored a total of 21 points. So individually is where the keys to success really will lie today. Governor girls are going to win the duel based on forfeits and things like that. Weight class is not being filled, so really not any drama as far as that goes, but for the 3 or 4 Pierre girls that will wrestle today, they've just kind of got to take care of their own keys to success and try to continue in seeding points and things like that. That's what the importance of these dual matches will be today. And then for Pierre, when we see the Pierre girls against the Watertown girls, again, not full weight classes, but they're all going to be quality opponents, quality matches. Watertown has about 7 or 8 girls that will wrestle, but I think every one of them might be ranked in the Dakota Grappler rankings here coming in this week. As far as the boys matches go, the Governor boys, who placed second at the Mid-Dakota Monster, the Lyman Invitational, they scored 246.5 points to Sturgis's 331.5. So Sturgis, as expected, well out in front, but the Governors, they finished behind Winter in the Rapid City Invitational back in December, but Pierre is ahead of Winter in this event. Winter placed third at 205. and about 41.5 points behind the Governors. So we're seeing some improvement, maybe some health being gained by the Governor wrestlers, and they've got some great matchups today with some T-area wrestlers. T-area is a team that's been kind of really hurt by injuries so far this season. They placed 7th in Lyman, scoring 140 points. They had one champion, as did the Governors. T-area had Tyler Woodring at 138 pounds. The Governors had Alex Odekoven at 144. We should see both of those wrestlers going today for their respective teams, and both teams fill pretty much all of the roster, although the Governors right now don't have anybody listed at 175 pounds. They didn't have anybody at 75 at Lyman, but we do expect them to fill all 14 weight classes today. T-area should be able to fill all 14 as well. Maybe not 285, but we will see how that all pans out when we look at starting lineups coming up. But there's some keys to success and a little bit of a scene setter of what we expect, at least in our first duel of the day. The Pierre Governors and the T-area Titans. We just saw Pierre and T-area against each other on Tuesday night. High school basketball. T-area got the win here on River 92.7 in that particular event. We'll see how the wrestling duel comes out in just a little bit. Let's take a 3-minute timeout. We'll run down starters, but our keys to success are brought to you by Central Dakota Eye Care in Pierre. So let's hear from them, and your Envirotech starting lineups are coming up next. Governor Wrestling, River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
Regular comprehensive eye exams yearly are the key to finding eye problems before symptoms appear. Hi, this is Dr. Mike Bartlett. I've joined the team at Central Dakota Eye Care, continuing to provide the same high-quality care you've come to expect. I've been seeing patients here in Pierre for 30-plus years, and I look forward to welcoming you to my new location. Call us today at 605-224-6128 to schedule your appointment. Central Dakota Eye Care, 640 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Better vision for a great life.
Chances are you're overlooking a big energy thief in your home or commercial building, the garage doors. But Overhead Door Company of Pierre can help stop that energy waste with a full range of insulated, weather-tight garage doors. Their residential garage doors give you insulated performance at an uninsulated price. And their Thermocore insulated steel doors give commercial buildings the energy efficiency they demand today. Find out more. Call Overhead Door Company of Pierre at 1-800-649-9905 and put a stop to the garage door energy thief.
From the early days of South Dakota statehood through today's digital revolution, BankWest has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. BankWest Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose BankWest. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
I'm Scott Nye. As a coach for the Pierre Governors, I know a winning game plan is crucial. When it comes to your finances, you deserve one too. At New Edge Advisors, our name is new, but our commitment to you isn't. We're the same trusted team you've known, and we've expanded our playbook of resources to help you plan for retirement, manage investments, and protect your future. Let's build the strategy that gets your financial future into the end zone.
Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC is a separate entity from LPL Financial.
From the first wails of surprise to first day of school questions, playground adventures, learning to drive stress, and graduation cheers, they'll always be your little sunshine. At Avera Children's, we get kids, teens, and parents too. We'll step you through first checkups, milestones, sickness, and specialized care when your child needs it, and treat them like our own every step of the way. Learn more at avera.org/children's.
Envirotech makes life a little bit simpler. No matter what the circumstances, no matter what is handed to you, Envirotech has you covered. One call is all it takes to have easy setup, easy pickup, and easy payment. Call Envirotech at 224-4804 or use their website to pay your bill online at envirotechwaste.com. Use the mobile app Waste Connect. Check their website or receive a robocall for collection schedule due to weather or holidays. Envirotech has you covered.
Back at Riggs High as we continue our Bank West pregame show. We just heard from Envirotech. It's time for the Envirotech starting lineups as we expect them. Now, I'm going to give you a lot of names. Not everybody's going to be starting, but I'm looking at the official weigh-in report for today, and I can tell you who's weighed in and who is eligible to wrestle today. We'll kind of give you an idea who we expect to wrestle, though. And again, Pierre Governor Girls is who we'll start with. They've got a number of wrestlers that T area will not be filling as far as weight classes go. But starting at 100 pounds, the Governors have Shaylee Speck, who has weighed in. Sydney Caven will wrestle at 105 pounds. And then at 110 pounds, we expect to see Aubrey Fisher. Chevelle Brackey is also weighed in at 115 pounds. Evelyn Coughlin has weighed in today at 120. It's Gemma Stanglin for the Governors, 125. Lane Heasley and Cameron Larson eligible to wrestle today. We expect to see Lane Heasley, though, as the first string, if you will. At 130 pounds, Jersey Lewis is the Governor Girls wrestler, along with Rebecca Huckins, who is eligible to wrestle today. Kesri Benning at 140 pounds is really one of the top wrestlers in the States at 140. We did skip 135 there. No weigh-ins needed. Apparently, Lexi Hilmer has been wrestling very well once again this year for the Governors at 135 pounds. Kesri Benning at 140. Taylor Land has weighed in as well. Leela Lindquist would wrestle at 145 for the Pierre Governors. Abby Lewis is the top-ranked 155-pounder for the Pierre Governors and a two-time returning champion. She might move up to 170 pounds to wrestle today, as she may not have a match at 155. The Governors do not have a 170-pound wrestler to fill that weight class, and so we may see Lewis moving up to 170 today. They do have a 190-pounder, but apparently may be under the weather or injured. Briley Pelly, who has wrestled at 235 the last couple of, or at least last year, is wrestling at 190 this year, but did not weigh in today and will not wrestle. Bailey Taft is eligible to wrestle for Pierre at the 184-pound weight class. Their opponents will be the T-Area Titans, and T-Area today only weighed in 4 girls. At 100 pounds, Elias Stevenson will wrestle today. Lexi Marlowe at 120 and Emery Volker at 125, plus Lexi Duffy for the T-Area Titans at 170 pounds. Your Envirotech starting lineups for girls wrestling today. As we take a look at the boys wrestlers, the Governors will, let me get to my Pierre boys sheet first off. And, of course, they've got a lot of wrestlers, but let's go with who we expect to see. At 106 pounds, it'll be junior Noah Horsley for the Governors. That's hard to say. At 106 pounds, it'll be junior Noah Horsley for the Pierre Governors wrestling. At 113 pounds, Daniel Mason, the junior, expected to wrestle. At 120 pounds, Gable Urig, the sophomore, wrestles for Pierre. At 126, it's freshman Bodie Minder. At 132 pounds, senior Walker West wrestles for the Govs. At 138 pounds, Rowdy Menning, the senior, will go. Alex Odekoven, unbeaten and top ranked for the Governors at 144. And followed at 150 by Jordan Schaefer, a junior for the Governors. He's a transfer in from Miller Highmore Herald, but lives kind of in that Herald area, so he is coming to Pierre this year, and the Governors are glad to have him. At 157 pounds, we expect freshman Talon Lightfield to wrestle. At 165, the sophomore will be Porter Hunsley. At 175, sophomore Will Eilers goes for the Governors. At 190 pounds, sophomore Alec Eilers expected to wrestle today. 215, it's junior Kalo Steely for Pierre, and at 285, the junior Devin Binger will wrestle for the Governors. For the T-Area Titans, their Envirotech starting lineup will look like this. At 106 pounds, they have 2 wrestlers eligible today. TJ Fortin, a 7th grader, and Drake Mitchell, an 8th grader, able to go today. At 113 pounds, expect to see Cade Eimers, a sophomore, but Anders Munoz, an 8th grader, is eligible to go. And a lot of these kids will wrestle in the junior varsity matches as opposed to the varsities. At 120 pounds, the freshman Aaron Halber, who had a good weekend in Lyman, will go for the Titans. At 126, freshman Brody Lee wrestles for T area. At 132, a good one, Slater Wilson. He is a sophomore. And then top ranked in the state, Mason Woodring. I take that back. Tyler Woodring is top ranked, but Mason Woodring has weighed in at 138 pounds. Cooper Dumdye, the freshman for T area, is going, or maybe did not weigh in today. Actually, he's on the list, but at 144 T area, we'll see what they have there. At 150 pounds, Trevin Audis, the sophomore, is expected to go. Then at 157 would be Trevor Cordell. Otherwise, he's a sophomore. Otherwise, freshman Grayson Schmidt is eligible as well. At 165, sophomore Michael Bastmeyer has weighed in, along with Adam Giles, the 8th grader. 175, Jeremiah Wilgers, the junior, goes for the Titans. At 190 pounds, could be Ashton Smith, a senior. And at 215 pounds, 2 wrestlers eligible, Teek Lual, a sophomore, and Jaden Waltner, a senior. At 215, T area does not have a wrestler. At 285 pounds, the one guy they would have, Chase DeBoer, a super senior who is out this season for now, at least due to injury. The T-Area Titans are coached by John Neeson. The boys are coached by John Neeson. I think they take care of the girls as well. The Governor girls are coached by Ben Caven, who took over this season for Matt Thorson. And still, the boys coached by Sean Lewis for the Pierre Governors. Those are your Envirotech starting lineups in this one as we get closer to the face-offs in this duel here today. Our mat officials will be Zach Julfs and also Chris Dozark. Our game officials are the law on the mat. They're sponsored by the South Dakota Attorney General's Office and their Division of Consumer Protection. Let's see if we can sneak in a 3-minute break, and we'll continue. We've got wrestling coming up. You're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling on your official voice of the Govs, River 92.7 and DRGnews.com.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-19.
Toyota in Pierre is here for you. They make it easy when looking for a new vehicle, getting all available vehicle information so you can spend less time researching and more time purchase. Shop their extensive inventory from home at CapitalCityFordToyota.com or stop into Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota, 518 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Count on them for all your service needs with convenient scheduling and in-stock parts. Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre, 605-224-7378.
Do you dream of a custom home built within your budget and done on time? Kruger Contracting can make that dream a reality. They're a trusted home builder since 2003, and they're going to be upfront and open about cost and transparent about where your money is going when it comes to your new home. Their skilled crew will manage construction of your new home from start to finish. They're located in Pierre and can build your home in Pierre, Fort Pierre, or the surrounding area. Call 605-222-2523. Visit KrugerContracting.com or find Kruger Contracting on Facebook.
Century Business Products is a proud provider of the most reliable Kyocera copiers and printers to the Pierre School District. Backed by 5-time nationally awarded Kyocera servicing team. Are you looking to control color cost? Looking to reduce printers? Are you looking for more efficient ways to scan documents? Or maybe you'd like to become more paperless? Look no further than your local Century Business Products. Call 800-529-1950 and see how they're powering business technology.
At American Family Insurance, we help protect what you've achieved so you can fearlessly go after your dreams. For auto, home, business, and life, contact us today. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance, Life Mutual, Standard of Ohio and Wisconsin Company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin, 53783.
Call the Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, LLC, with offices in Pierre, Oneida, and Gettysburg. Comtech has your technology solutions. Check out their showroom located right off the truck route on Irwin Street. Come in and see what you've been missing. A large selection of TVs, sound systems, and smart speakers, PCs, desktops, and tablets, home and business security and telecommunication systems. Comtech is your all-in-one solution for any technology needs. Wishing all athletes the best of luck in today's competition. Comtech. Come see what you've been missing.
Back at Riggs High Gym, wrestling getting closer, and they just had the, for the boys, Pierre and T area, they just had the coin, the token toss to determine, who shows first and things like that. I'm not sure what we'll be doing with face-offs and things like that. I expect there still to be a national anthem on at the gym today, but as we continue with our Bank West pregame show, which is just about done, we do remind you you're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling.
Driven by the Office of Highway Safety, River 92.7, KGFX FM, and K296FI Pierre. Stay alive. Don't text and drive.
Triangular Riggs High Gym today. Pierre and T area go first, then T area against Watertown, and the Governors will face off against the Watertown Arrows later on. So 2 duels for Pierre on River 92.7 here. That'll be split in half. We'll take a break in the middle of them and then come back a little bit later on. But we're getting set for duel number 1, the Pierre Governors against the T area Titans. We heard from Comtech in our last break there. Comtech sponsors the opening tip or the opening face-off, shall we say, at in our Governor broadcast. Here on River 92.7. They will do our national anthem. We've got time for another 2-minute timeout. You're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling.
Ameriprise Advisors can work with you to provide personalized goal-based advice based on your short and long-term goals. Plus, you can track your investments and financial solutions with our digital tools and regular meetings. Call Ameriprise Financial Advisor Angie Teason with Wealth Partners, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services, LLC, at 605-224-6777. That's 605-224-6777. Office is located at 740 East Sioux Avenue, Pierre, South Dakota. Ameriprise Financial Services, LLC. Member FINRA and SIPC.
Smart grocery shopping takes a little TLC. Thrifty, local, and convenient. Dakota Mart in Pierre and Fort Pierre. Walk down the aisles and find the highest quality meats, freshest produce, and delicious bakery and deli items. This week's special, think spring. 16-ounce fresh Florida strawberries, only $2.99 a package. On your way home, stop at Dakota Mart Gas and save up to 20 cents per gallon every day. Dakota Mart, your hometown neighborhood market.
This winter, Beck Motor Company is your go-to Chevy dealer for automotive needs. From the tough, rugged Chevy Silverado to a versatile Equinox, we've got the perfect ride for every season. Need service? Our expert team is here to keep you cruising through winter with confidence. Beck Motor Company, your trusted local Chevy dealer, proudly serving you with top-notch vehicles, service, and customer care. Stop by today and drive away with a deal you'll love. www.beck-motors.com, 605-224-5912.
Dakota Storm Roofing is a locally owned roofing company in Pierre, specializing in both residential and commercial roofing services. They can handle your asphalt shingle, metal roofing, and flat roof needs. New construction, plus all types of roof repairs. They can handle the finishing touches, adding fascia, soffit, and gutters too. No job is too big or too small. For a free estimate, call Dakota Storm Roofing at 280-9794. Go to dakotastормroofing.com or find them on Facebook or Instagram.
Superior Concrete is proud to sponsor the Governors this season and just as proud to offer the finest concrete solutions available for commercial and residential applications as well as foundation and flat work. The bottom line, if you need anything done with concrete, we can do it. Superior Concrete. Give us a call today for an estimate or more information. That's Superior Concrete. Find us on Facebook or call the office at 605-494-0102. That's 494-0102. Call
All right, we welcome you back to Riggs High Gym, and we are underway. And in fact, the girls are not starting things off here today. The as far as how things are squared away. If you are looking at this through drgnews.com, you look to your right, and on that mat, that's where boys varsity matches have already gotten underway. Noah Horsley wrestling for the Pierre Governors. He takes on 7th grader Trig Gaspar, and Horsley has an early takedown, so 3 points scored for that. We are 40 seconds into this match right now. The Governors in this case, in Horsley's case, a black singlet, T area in navy blue and white. There are JV matches starting at 132 pounds to the left mat. As you watch this one, once again, you can see these matches at drgnews.com, the River 92.7 page, or at gogovs.live. Caleb Brozick is here from Live Ticket to do the help on that. We appreciate that. So again, 3-0 to start off at 106 pounds. Noah Horsley on top of Trig Gaspar. Gaspar did not, at least from what we saw, did not wrestle at Yanked at the Lyman Invitational, this past weekend when T area was there. And Horsley just had an early takedown and really has just controlled things, but he has not been able to get the 7th grader over on his back as of yet. So Horsley will continue to work on Gaspar. Horsley, in the meantime, a junior for the Governors who is kind of taking over that 106-pound weight class. The win by fall for Joey Franks. In the JV mat at 132 pounds. So we'll try to get some of those results going, but of course we're watching the varsity mat, and this first period will end at 3-0. Noah Horsley leading. Most of the weight classes will be filled for boys today. Governors have the choice here, and they will choose neutral. So we'll see if Horsley can come in and get another quick takedown. Trig Gaspar, the 7th grader. Horsley's got him in length, probably a couple inches taller than Gaspar, if not more. Here he comes in, picks up the leg, puts him down to the mat once again. Second takedown here for Noah Horsley, and a 6-0 lead early on, second period. New scoring rule changes that were put into effect a year or two ago. 3 points for a takedown instead of 2, and there will be different points counted for near falls and the like. Chris Dozark officiating on the varsity mat. Zach Julfs, a standout wrestler from the Sturgis Scoopers, who graduated a few years ago. Grew up in the Pierre area, is officiating on the JV mat today. They are the law on the mat. Appreciate them for doing what they do. Horsley working in a cradle here and now as he was on the edge. But Trig Gaspar gets back face down, and only 1 second was counted there. So no point scored here by Horsley for a near fall. At least not yet, as they work on the bottom edge of the circle. Brian Oakland with play-by-play. Glad to have you aboard. We'll be joined by my partner in crime, John Calda, a little bit later on once Coach Calda comes here from middle school wrestling practice. We should remind you also, in our Governor broadcast, we invite you to keep listening for highlight plays in the call. Rounds Financial Services sponsored highlight plays. It's Rounds Financial Services of Pierre, where your money works for you. Mosaic Wealth member, SIPC, Rounds Financial Services. Couple of takedowns so far for Noah Horsley on the varsity mat. First period taking a while. Trig Gaspar doing a good job of wrestling defensively. And Horsley is obviously got Gaspar by 4 years, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's been wrestling longer. I think he has, obviously, but that's not always going to be the case when you have a junior against a 7th grader. Love to see when new kids come up and discover the sport of wrestling. Now a cradle earned right in the middle of the mat, but Horsley runs out of time. He'll get 3 back points for a 9-0 lead to close out the second period of wrestling. And Gaspar has the choice here. And he is going to take top. He'll put Horsley to the mat. 9-0. So Horsley has a major decision margin as we start the third period. Match number 1, duel number 1. Varsity and junior varsity matches going on at the same time as Horsley is up on his feet, breaks away for a 1-point escape, and he will lead 10-0, 15 seconds into period number 3. Horsley with 2 takedowns in this match, trying to work his way around for another, trying to lock arms underneath at the same time. Right in the middle of the mat. Looks like Noah Horsley. Well, he does get the takedown now. His third of the match, and it's 13-0. And you can see how quickly suddenly scoring can come. Scoring comes in bunches sometimes when you get these 3-point takedowns. 13-0. A major margin. Horsley will let his man up to make it 13-1. And he'd like to get one more takedown at the very least, which would secure a technical fall. 50 seconds to go. Third period. Governor's looking to get off to a good start here in this duel. And again, a T-area team that has been kind of decimated by injuries. The entire school system. I was there in T on Tuesday night for high school basketball. Talked to their basketball coach, Drew Weber, about just how many injuries the entire athletic program has had. There's another takedown for Noah Horsley, and he's got himself a 16-1 technical fall victory. So the Governors will take a 5-0 lead in the duel after one match. And let's take a 30-second break, and we'll be back to go to the second one coming up. You're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling.
Taking care of your vehicle since 1980, TMA and Pierre has been serving Central South Dakota for over 42 years. Owners Bruce and Brenda Lounsbury, owners of the Ultimate Tire Store, have been taking care of customers at TMA for over 30 years. TMA, your hometown-owned business, offers quality service and products. Tires, mufflers, alignments, oil changes, brakes. Call 605-224-6167. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. TMA, next to the Northridge Plaza in Pierre.
Governor Wrestling underway, and as our second match at 113 pounds gets set, the two wrestlers who are reporting are, well, there's a delay at the scorer's table for some reason. And in many cases, we need to wait, really, to see who is reporting. I expect Cade Eimers here for the T-Area Titans. And Daniel Mason, perhaps, for the Pierre Governors. Once again, JV matches, as you're watching, are on your left. Varsity matches to the right, as far as the full gym view goes from our drgnews.com camera view. And maybe we just have problems getting these wrestlers into track wrestling as well. Which reminds me, I could have had that up right now. So 5-0, the Governors lead after one match. And now we're underway. Daniel Mason for the Pierre Governors against Cade Eimers for the T-Area Titans. Activity right away, as I'm trying to listen for the PA announcement just to make sure of whether we've got the right people in this one. But Eimers comes in, grabbing the leg, gets Mason up in the air, trips him up, and a 3-point takedown for the T-Area wrestler in this case. The T-Area strikes first at 113. For the Titans, Cade Eimers, and for the Governors, Daniel Mason. Cade Eimers and Daniel Mason, they've officially been announced now. Eimer's a good one for the Titans, and they've got a lot of quality up and down their roster when they are fully healthy, especially when they're fully healthy. Obviously, a bunch of good athletes in that school system and in a lot of places. Here's Mason, who works his way at least out. He hasn't broken completely free, but instead of being underneath Eimers, he's now over the top. But Eimers still had the leg. Not anymore. Oh, and he still does have one leg, actually, so he has not lost complete control. As Mason tries to work his way out and do some scoring here in the first period. 35 seconds to go. We're in the first, and a stalemate will be called. So a good effort for Daniel Mason, but he'll come up empty. And the score remains 3-0. Cade Eimers leading for T-Area. But the Governors, after one match, have that 5-0 lead. Technical fall victory for Noah Horsley over 7th grader Trig Gasper. Another win for Pierre on the JV mat. Eimers still working, rolling around now. A 2-point reversal claimed by Daniel Mason. Update the score, 3-2 in this match. Late in the first period. 3-2-1 as Mason will stop right there. Pretty good job of scoring before the end of the match, basically in the last 10 or 12 seconds of the period, I should say. Horsley has the choice, and he will defer. And it'll be Eimers' choice. He'll take the down to start the second period. 2-minute periods, 3 periods in full-length matches. Eimers rolling out. Mason still has him, has to get to some upper body position. He's got that bettered now. As Eimers stays face down and chest down. On the mat, they're squirming over to the right side, over in front of the Pierre bench. Mason pulls him back a little bit. I'm not so sure in doing so he hasn't put himself in a little more of a precarious position, but now he's back up, a little more under control. Still trailing 3-2. Minute 20 to go here in the second period. And again, we'll have a few girls matches. They did start with boys varsity here for this Pierre and T-Area duel. Watertown is also here. We'll have Watertown and Pierre later on this evening. Got a blood timeout that comes here in the second minute of the second period. We'll call it a timeout. The timeouts in our broadcast are brought to you by Coca-Cola Bottling in Pierre. And we'll see how long it takes to clear this situation up. JV matches. There's been a number of wins by fall, especially for Pierre on the JV mat. Truett Havranek gets one for Pierre. In the meantime, blood time for Cade Eimers. And he's got some blood coming from the elbow. Casey Michelson, Pierre trainer, as we like to call her, the best in the business, is putting a wrap on that elbow for Cade Eimers. Eimers still leads this match 3-2. We're in the second period. He's ready to go out of that Coca-Cola blood timeout. It's Coca-Cola red. But these wrestlers are bleeding. So we go again. 55 seconds. Just started the second minute of the second period. Good match so far. The question is, who's going to come up with the match-turning play or the move that'll add to the scoring? And we got potentially dangerous ruled by Chris Dozark here, so they'll reset again. And now we're going to see girls wrestling. So after the boys, the girls will duel, and we're going to be watching both matches, both mats at the same time. Shaylee Speck at 100 pounds. Looks like she's getting ready to wrestle here for the Pierre Governors. Meanwhile, boys mat with 15 seconds to go. Aaliyah Stevenson for the T-Area Titans now as the girls have their first of maybe 4 matches underway. Second period comes to an end, 3-2, and where Cade Eimers chose the down position to start that second period. A great job by Daniel Mason to ride him out the entire time. And now Mason has the choice in the third period. He'll choose down. Shaylee Speck, meanwhile, has a quick takedown. And a 3-0 beginning to our first girls match of the day. 30 seconds into that one. Third period underway, once again with Mason down. Kate Eimers in the up position. Eimers did spend much of the first period in the up after he did have a takedown. And we've already got a blood timeout for Shaylee Speck in our girls match of the Governors. Quick nose blood. Now we've got some rolling going on in the boys match, but Mason can't get out of it yet. 3-2, Kate Eimers leading in a tight one here over Daniel Mason of the Governors. Mason trying to find a way out while Eimers just keeps him under wraps. Keeping the hold. Don't see Eimers really doing a lot. Now Mason tries to throw him over the top. Can't get out of it yet, although he's making some headway, it seems. However, Eimers still has him around the neck. And a pretty good hold. Eimers trying to work him into a cradle. He just can't pull him together yet. 30 seconds to wrestle, third period. Now Daniel Mason up on his feet, but he's near the edge. Shaylee Speck gave up an escape, but gets another takedown into the second minute of that match, and Shaylee Speck leading 6-1. And Sean Lewis having words with Chris Dozart coming back on the reset. Dozart, veteran official. Sean Lewis, of course, veteran coach, I think in his 11th or 12th year, maybe more than that, leading the Governor program. Mason trying to get something done, but 3-2-1, he'll run out of time, and Kate Eimers rides him out the entire third period to a 3-2 decision win. And T-Area puts their first three on the board. It's 5-3 on the scoreboard. Gales Gas Service scoreboard brought to you by Gales Gas Service in Pierre. First period done. Shaylee Speck has a 6-1 lead on Aaliyah Stevenson for the Governor girls. Her nose plug came out. She just tossed it aside. We'll keep it here while that girls match is still going on. And the next match up for the 120-pound boys will bring Gable Uhrig. Aaron Halber for T-Area against Gable Uhrig, the sophomore for the Govs. Uhrig, a two-time place finisher in the state tournament for Pierre, including a second place finish a couple of seasons ago. Speck in the second period in that girls match with a 6-1 lead. Shaylee's got Aaliyah Stevenson in a tough position, but she's got to get her neck flattened out if she wants to score some points here. Zach Julf's down for a look. 9-1 the score, so there were back points there. Now 4 more for Shaylee Speck. And meanwhile, Gable Uhrig does what he does and gets a cradle on Aaron Halber. 46 seconds the win for Uhrig, and the Governors will tack on 6. They'll lead 11-3. Uhrig does a good job there. Aaron Halber finished third at the Lyman Invitational over the weekend, but Gable Uhrig makes quick work of him this time. 13-1, Shaylee Speck in command. 35 seconds to go still in the second period as the 126ers report for the boys. We'll try to sneak breaks in here whenever we get an opportunity. Stevenson has Speck by the leg and now has a 2-point escape. 13-1 becomes 13-3 as Aaliyah Stevenson now in the up position here on our girls' mat, which is the one to the left if you're watching at drgnews.com. Boys match is on the right. Brody Lee against Bodie Minder now. Brody Lee for the T-Area Titans. Bodie Minder for the Pierre Governors. Wrestling at 126. Second period done on our girls' mat. And Shaylee Speck leads 13-3. She'll come in over the top. In that up position to start the third period. 3-point takedown here for Bodie Minder as he starts things off scoring-wise, 35 seconds in. At 126 pounds. Fourth boys match of the day is underway. Shaylee Speck still trying to score a few points where she can. Minder's got his man over, and there's another win by fall for the Governors in a time of 58 seconds. Back-to-back pins in less than a minute for the Governors as Minder pins Brody Lee. And the Governors lead 17-3. Let's take a 30-second break in here. We'll get back to the boys, and we'll finish off Shaylee Speck's result when we come back with more Pierre Governor Wrestling.
At First Dakota, we don't like to brag about ourselves. So when Forbes named us South Dakota's best bank again, we faced a dilemma. Thankfully, we have the state's best customers, so we're happy to brag about them instead. After all, they inspire us every day. The farmers, the business owners, the families. Without them, we'd be just another bank. So thank you to all of our amazing customers. We wouldn't be here without you. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Back at Riggs High Gym, back on the varsity match, and the varsity mat, or the boys mat, where Slater Wilson of the T-Area Titans is wrestling Walker West, the senior for the Governors, and West has the first takedown. 26 seconds in, and already a blood timeout needed by Walker West of Pierre. Stoppage of play, once again sponsored by Coca-Cola Bottling in Pierre. Meanwhile, Shaylee Speck with a 17-3 lead. She got a 4-point near fall a moment ago. And that's how that match is going to come to an end. Speck with a major decision victory over Aaliyah Stevenson. Shaylee Speck looking to have a good season. She was upset in the state tournament a year ago and did not place. So after being one of the top-ranked wrestlers, maybe the top 3 or so, throughout the season. Governors score 4 on the girls' match. Here we'll have a series of forfeits in the meantime. Sydney Caven with a win by forfeit. Meanwhile, Walker West still has a 3-0 lead for the Pierre boys. 45 seconds in. T-Area open at 105 and 110 and 115. They will have a 120-pounder coming up. Aubrey Fisher named as a winner by forfeit. Now 2-point near fall for Walker West to put his lead up to 5-0, but Slater Wilson scores a couple with a reversal here. Middle of the mat, 45 seconds to go first period. Slater Wilson will try to do some scoring. So up at 120. Gemma Stanglin getting set to wrestle. Lexi Marlowe, her opponent for the T-Area Titans. So updating the boys, it's 5-2. Walker West leading as we hit 15 seconds to go. First period. And the second girls match that'll be wrestled is underway. Quickly, Stanglin with a takedown, and she had Lexi Marlowe on her back for a split second, but Marlowe is back face down. There were 2 back points with that to make it 5-0. First period ends on the boys' mat. And Walker West with that 5-2 lead. Couple of back-to-back pins for Gable Urig and Bodie Minder for the Governors, giving them 12 points in a row, and they lead the duel 17-3. Pins like that, among others, are highlight plays, and highlight plays in our broadcasts are brought to you by Rounds Financial Services in Pierre, where your money works for you. Walker West with a 1-point escape. He'll lead 6-2 after starting the second period in the down position. Able to work his way out. Now he and Slater Wilson near the top edge of the circle. West takes a shot. Wilson fights that off. Almost got him turned over on the mat, but that didn't happen. West is back up on his feet, and they're still neutral again. There's a quick win by fall for Gemma Stanglin in 1 minute and 26 seconds. So 2 for 2 for the Governor girls. And Lane Heasley about to wrestle for the Pierre squad. 10-15 trying to keep up with the score on that girls duel here. Emery Volker against Lane Heasley now. Governors with 6 from Gemma Stanglin would lead 28-0, if my count is correct. Now, second period, we've got a 3-point takedown for the T-area wrestler on the boys' match. Slater Wilson pulls within 1. We've got a 6-5 match. 30 seconds to go in the second. Volker strikes first on the girls' mat. And a blood timeout for Lane Heasley. Seen a lot of blood from both boys and girls so far. Timeouts in the wrestling action, sponsored by Coca-Cola Bottling. Another escape for Walker West. He's added one, and he leads 7-5 now. And the period comes to an end. 2 down and 1 to go. And the wrestler with the choice, I believe, is West, and he chooses neutral. He did have a takedown in that first period. He'll need one more. He'd love to get one more here to try to pad a 7-5 lead starting the period. Ear to ear, West and Wilson, but Wilson kind of pushing Walker West out. And they'll come back to the middle to reset again. Blood issue stopped for the time being for Lane Heasley on the girls' mat. But she is down 3-0 as Emery Volker got the good start. Stalling warning here for West, and that's what's going to happen if you keep backpedaling your way out of bounds. That's what Wilson was forcing him into. West will have to be careful. Plenty of time to go. 1:20 left in the third period. Governors with those pins have opened up a nice lead in the duel, but individually, I feel like this is a big match for Walker West. Heasley gets the reversal, and we have blood on the girls' mat once again. A reversal plus, I take that back. There were back points for Emery Volker. She got 4 for a 7-0 lead, but Heasley's reversal makes it 7-2. T-area leading that match. 35. Let's make it 55 seconds to go on the boys' mat. Walker West still leading 7-5. Now it comes in, takes a shot. Got in underneath, gets one leg up. Slater Wilson tried to toss him aside, but West hangs on. And he still has it. And for the first time, the Governor crowd starting to come to life here. Beautiful thing about wrestling and the fans. Everybody's got an opinion, and everybody can see what the wrestlers should do. And almost a throwing takedown there for Slater Wilson, but he runs out of room. Down to 20 seconds to go. They're back, and they're neutral. West clinging to a 7-5 lead for Pierre. Girls are resetting, 7-2 now. T-Area's wrestler leading in that match. 4 seconds to go. Looking for a takedown. Wilson won't get it, and Pierre will get the victory at 132 pounds. A 7-5 decision for Walker West over Slater Wilson. Pierre on top 20-3 in the boys' duel. Got a good one coming up at 138. Let's pause for 30 seconds. You're listening to Governor Wrestling.
May Adam Law Firm of Pierre offers superior legal representation. Clients can be assured their legal matter will be handled with expertise and the utmost professionalism. Their skilled South Dakota lawyers can take care of your family law, estate planning, real estate law, and personal injury. They're able to help you plan and prepare to make matters easy now and into the future. Call 224-8803. May Adam Law Firm in Pierre since 1881.
Back at Riggs High Gym, underway now at 138 pounds. Mason Woodring checking in for the T-Area Titans. Rowdy Minning goes for the Governors. Meanwhile, Emery Volker wrestling well for T-Area, 14-2 lead, and now early second period. 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Volker gets a win by fall for the Titans. 28-6, the dual score. For the girls, here's Minning getting a win by fall himself in just 35 seconds. For the boys, Mason Woodring will fall in that one, 26-3, updating the Governor boys score as they have the lead. They'll move on up to 144 pounds. Alex Odekoven ready to go. Odie's had an outstanding senior season. Finished as a runner-up at 132 pounds a year ago. But looks like he'll be out there all by himself in a win by forfeit for Alex Odekoven. This T area does not report at 144 pounds. Now, Mason Woodring wrestled at 138. His brother Tyler Woodring, who is a top-ranked wrestler, was not listed. He did not weigh in today, and I know he's been injured a little bit, but I believe he did wrestle at Lyman and win his weight class. Governor girls will continue on. A couple of forfeits. Jersey Lewis with a win at 140, or let's put that Kesri Benning at 140, Jersey Lewis at 130. It was a double forfeit at 135. Trevin Audis now at 150 against Jordan Schaefer for the Pierre Governors. Schaefer again last year was a bandit of Miller Highmore Herald, but has come to Pierre to wrestle his junior season. Should be one more girls match coming up. And Abby Lewis is going to wrestle at 170 pounds, normally at 155, but she'll move up to 170 to take on Lexi Duffy of the T-Area Titans. Schaefer for the boys, working against Trevin Audis, and as we speak just now, he gets a 3-point takedown. About a minute into that boys match. So Lewis will be one to watch, and she's been suffering from injury as well, has an elbow injury on her left arm that has been troubling her. Schaefer's got seconds being counted here, 5 seconds worth. And a full 5 points pending. He's got 1 foot in now, both feet out. He's out of bounds, 4 points pending, and 4 points awarded now for Jordan Schaefer. It's a young man that's really added to the wrestling room for the Governors. Well built in that upper body, Jordan Schaefer, who was I want to say third place finisher in the Class B state tournament last year for Miller Highmore Herald. Picks up Trevin Audis, puts him back to the floor. And on the mat with 20 seconds to go, first period, 7-0 the lead there. Abby Lewis gets a takedown. Left one, actually let her up. Lexi Duffy for an escape, but Lewis has another takedown. And a 6-1 lead. As the first period comes to an end in the boys' match, 7-0. Jordan Schaefer on top. Trevin Audis will have the choice to start our second period after Schaefer defers. And Schaefer wants to let him up. So a 1-point escape awarded as we begin our second period. 7-1 now, Schaefer in front. And Lewis lets Duffy up on the girls' mat and comes right back at her. Quick takedown, number 3, 9-2, Abby Lewis. Top ranked in South Dakota at 155 pounds, wrestling here at 170. And Schaefer getting picked up slightly here, but out of bounds. Now Lewis has her opponent on the mat, and that is a 1 minute and 56-second win by fall for Abigail Lewis. And that'll be the last match to be wrestled in the girls' duel. The announcement was made that as soon as Pierre and T Area's duel is done, they will go immediately into the T Area and Watertown duel. Bailey Taft gets a win by forfeit for the Governors. And neither team has a wrestler in the top weight class. So, girls is complete.
Your winner by a 70-6 decision, the Pierre Governor.
And counting all weight classes, the Governors defeat T Area by the score of 70-6. 2 weight classes not scored. There were 2 double forfeits. Now Jordan Schaefer continues to work, and he's got a second takedown. Ups his lead to 10-2. We've got 40 seconds to go in the second period.
Will be the Watertown and Pierre boys JV matches. T and Watertown JV matches. Boys JV.
Ryan Munson doing the announcing and saying T Area and Watertown will get the JV boys matches going. Probably very soon. We still, by the way, in our boys' duel here, we're halfway through. Jordan Schaefer is the 8th of 14 weight classes for the Governors. Trevin Audis here at 150 for T Area. 10-2 now. Point awarded on technicality. I actually didn't see what it was for that was counted against Jordan Schaefer. And on the reset, he will let Audis up. So a 1-point escape makes it 10-3. Schaefer's still very much in control. But we'll try to get some more scoring. And just with a simple twist, he's got Audis on the mat. 3 points for Schaefer, 13-3. That's all he needs, though. Schaefer, at the end of the second period, gets a win by fall, the 4th of the day for the Governors. 6 minutes the time in this one. It's 38-3. Let's pause for 30 seconds with more Governor Wrestling coming up.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones financial advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Sports on the stations of the DRG Media Group. For all of your investment needs, call or stop by your Pierre area Edward Jones office. Go Govs! Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Back at Rick's High Gym as we move on to 157 pounds. Mentioned a moment ago, we are past the halfway point. Halftime in Governor Broadcast brought to you by Wealth Partners Ameriprise Financial in the Capitol Creek Center Plaza in Pierre. I think we heard from them earlier today, though. Talon Lightfield goes for the Governors as we move up to 157 pounds. His opponent, Trevor Cordell of T Area. And Lightfield will strike first. About 30 seconds in with that takedown. And it's 3-0. And look who it is, John Wayne Calda, coming up to join us. Here in the 157-pound weight class. Governors leading the duel 38-3. Governor girls picked up a 70-6 victory over the Lady Titans in today's action as well. John Calda, how you doing?
Hey, yeah, doing good.
To see you again.
Yeah.
As we get some expert analysis, which is sorely needed in our broadcast, by the way. So first off, your middle schoolers practicing today. How'd things go?
Yeah, good.
How you doing there?
Yeah, doing really well. I mean, I think this year, what are we looking at? 40, 41 kids out. Really good group, strong class coming up. So pretty excited about the future of Governor Wrestling.
Good deal. That's what we like to hear, obviously. Talon Lightfield had a 3-0 lead, but Trevor Cordell worked out an escape, or I should say a reversal. So he's got 2 points, and with 20 seconds to wrestle first period. Now Lightfield is out. He's got an escape. We'll update the score. Talon Lightfield leading 4-2. Again, more pins. We've got 6 so far for the Governors. 6 pins, a technical fall victory, and a win by 4. Lightfield in the down with Trevor Cordell up, and Lightfield made the first move. Cordell got him back on the mat, but now it's Lightfield who has regained control. That's a 2-point reversal, and Talon Lightfield with a 6-2 lead. Working on a half Nelson here. Don't know if he'll get him over, but John Calder, the thing about T area, we know these guys is talent laden, but they're kind of decimated by injuries, unfortunately. And as I was talking with their basketball coach Tuesday night, the entire athletic program in T area has come up with some injuries, and it's kind of unfortunate. But I think this year, all across the state, we're seeing the injury bug really biting a lot of great wrestlers.
Yeah, and I mean, if it's not injury, it's sickness at this point in time going through. But yeah, I mean, yeah, this is kind of one of the duels I was looking for, and actually kind of surprised walking up here, as late as I am, but just even seeing what the score is, and just not the T team that I think everybody was kind of expecting. This year, what we're seeing right now, and obviously not what their coaching staff was probably hoping to bring out on the mat tonight.
Well, Tyler Woodring didn't weigh in today. They're missing Chase DeBoer, of course, and young Fortin kid in the lower weight classes who has done well in the last couple of years, also missing in action for the Titans. Speaking of the sickness, you can hear it. I'm still getting over it. But
along with everybody else, yeah.
Talon Lightfield working with a 6-2 lead, 30 seconds to go, second period. Maintaining control here against Trevor Cordell. And this is my first chance to see some of these peer wrestlers, but Lightfield is one who has really grown up and grown out a little bit in the last year or so.
Yeah, when he come on last year as an 8th grader, and tough for an 8th grader, easier for an 8th grader to get in that 113-pound weight class and so on. And he kind of jumped in a little bit of heavier weight class. And one thing about him is just he's pretty relentless when it comes to it, and just kind of his attitude in wrestling is, he's hitting a shot. It may not always be a great shot, but he's going to do everything he can to try to get that shot finished, and just always stays in really good position.
Leads 6-2. Talon Lightfield does as we go to the third period. Trevor Cordell takes the first reach. Can't get the left leg, though. Now it's Lightfield underneath. Wrestlers take to the mat. Lightfield will try to regain or gain some control here. Cordell still has him by the leg, but not any longer. There's that 3-point takedown. Lightfield looking good at 9-2 so far, 30 seconds into the final period. We're at 157. We started at 106. We'll go all the way to 285. And this match included 6 weight classes left to be decided. So Pierre has already mathematically won this duel, leading 38-3. Lightfield will let his man up. Cordell shaking out a left shoulder. Lightfield comes right back at him, had 2 legs, but he couldn't get him lifted and put down. They'll run each other out of bounds near the Pierre bench, and it'll stay 9-3, 54 seconds to go in the third period. Quick start for the red wrestler. That's T area. Caution number 1. Cordell with a good move here. But he still finds himself underneath. And Lightfield able to get a quick takedown. Just a missed execution, looks like there. And that, on what was, I thought, a pretty good swim move there.
Yeah, and as a coach, you kind of go back to the old mentality of, I shoot, I score, and he shoots, we score, right? It's one of those, just give credit to talent for just, again, even though the guy got in on his legs a little bit deeper than we wanted to, just still stayed in good position, was able to come out on top on that.
The Talon got 3 for the takedown, but now was just called for a full Nelson. Illegal move, and a penalty point awarded to Trevor Cordell. Lightfield's lead is 8. Hoping to maintain a major decision, and he's adding back points to it. That'll help the cause. 15 seconds to go. Add 3 to make it 15-4. The lead is 11. Governor's going to get another victory here. At 157 pounds, we'll call it 15-4. 4 more to make it 42-3. Governor's on top of the T-Area Titans. 30-second break, and Porter Hunsley coming up next for the Pierre Governors. This is Governor Wrestling.
From the first wails of surprise to first day of school questions, playground adventures, learning to drive stress, and graduation cheers, they'll always be your little sunshine. At Avera Children's, we get kids, teens, and parents too. We'll step you through first checkups, milestones, sickness, and specialized care when your child needs it, and treat them like our own every step of the way. Learn more at avera.org/children's.
Up to 165 pounds. Porter Hunsley going straight to work against, I believe it's Adam Giles, the 165-pounder for T-Area. Hunsley's got a good lock of the head here. Giles tried to get out of it. Hunsley puts him right back to the mat. 3 for the takedown right off the bat for Porter Hunsley. And before he makes very quick work of this one, Coach, how much has Porter Hunsley come along here in a year's time as well?
Yeah, just football season and wrestling, it's just, we've seen this from the middle school and on up, and just his, one, athletic ability, but, two, just his mindset. He's just a smart kid, smart wrestler, and sometimes gets out of position on some things, but, his athleticism just really kind of takes over when he wants to go, he goes.
Seeing some real good strength that's just getting better and better as well, with 4 points on the back, plus a 7-0 the lead. That'll do it right there. Tap the mat. Chris Dozark. Porter Hunsley works out a 1 minute and 15-second win by fall. Another highlight match for the Pierre Governors. Highlight plays brought to you in our broadcast by Rounds Financial Services in Pierre, where your money works for you. And the Gales Gas Service scoreboard now reads 48-3. Governors in front. Looking to move right up to 175 pounds. This one should be a good one. Will Eilers against Jeremiah Wilgers for T-Area. Eilers for the Governors. Wilgers, who got second in his weight class at the Lyman Invite over the weekend. Ready to go. So Wilgers, another one of these kids that kind of maybe up and coming a little bit for T-Area, but I think in whatever success they have at the end of this season, he'll be right there in the mix.
Yeah, we go back, we talk about every year we come in and commentate on how, practice partners, obviously competition in the room helps you out. And again, you kind of start looking at where he's at right now and around that Chase DeBoer, kind of weight class there. I guess that's a guy he's probably scrapping with a little bit. Chase is a smaller heavyweight in terms of, I think, where he's wrestling at right now. And so, again, you're going to see those kids that will obviously flourish. You got good practice partners in there, and just kind of what the coaching staff isn't really wanting from a team. But, I know Coach Grocott, he's going to end up, doing some good things with these boys.
Well, it was Will Eilers who had the first opportunity. He had a throw near the edge a moment ago, but wasn't able to keep it in play. Now locking up Wilgers up high and gets him to the mat. Will Eilers scores first, 3-0 with the lead. He'll collect some back points here as well. Now, Will in the Mid-Dakota Monster down in Prescia over the weekend wrestled at 190, so he and Alec Eilers both I don't know if they're battling for position or if this is where Will wants to be now at 175. I certainly think if he's capable of wrestling at 190, got to be a good position for him to maybe back down a little bit as long as he can keep that bit of weight off as well.
Yeah, and there may be, obviously wrestling, you never know what the coaches are thinking and the shifts and the change in the weight classes and, what descent plans, is doing for him. But, I think he's a kid that may be kind of looking at this spot for good in the future.
Yeah, he weighed in, he's 15 pounds lighter today than Alec Eilers is. So updating the score, 7-1 our score. Eilers had 4 back points and then did allow Wilgers up and out for a 1-point escape. And we're still in the tail end of the first period here. JV matches have begun. If you're watching the full court view at drgnews.com, you'll see Watertown and T area wrestlers. Those are JV matches. They've got the middle duel coming up in just a little bit, soon as Pierre and T area varsities are done. Second period will commence here with Eilers out in front. And there's a spot of blood that needs to be wiped off the mat before we get going here. Sean Lewis doesn't clean his house much, but he cleans wrestling matches. Here we go, second period. Wilgers with the swim move, and he will get Eilers down, but he can't do anything with him from there. 3 for Wilgers, 1 for Eilers on the escape. And a quick moving 8-4 start to our second period.
Yeah, I don't know if he was even a situation he couldn't do much. Just, this changed a 3-point takedown versus a 2-point takedown. I think in his eyes, that's where I'm going to be able to score points. And so I don't know if he really wants to stay on the mat with him and, get back to his feet. But obviously, Will doing Will things, obviously counters that.
Well, you can catch up quickly if that is how it works out. But here, Eilers, he's shown the ability to get a takedown or 2 as well. He gets one right back, and he now leads 11-4. 1 minute, 10 seconds to wrestle. We're in the second period. 175 pounds, this class, plus 3 more to go here in our opening duel of the afternoon and evening doubleheader here on River 92.7. Give another escape here to Jeremiah Wilgers. You've got an 11-5 advantage now. We're in the second minute of the second period. You always said you're a defensive guy in football,
Yeah.
Whereas I like scoring, so I guess I'm fine with these high-scoring wrestling matches.
Completely opposite in wrestling. We're always offensive mindset, always on the offense.
Well, how about Wilgers cutting a 6-point deficit in half now? A takedown at the bottom edge of the circle. Now within 3 at 11-8 with 15 seconds to go, and we're still in the second period. Have you seen anybody score 30 yet in a wrestling match?
Not yet. No, rules? There's been some big matches across the nation this year, but obviously not in South Dakota, but it's getting there. There's been some high scrambles, some really good wrestlers putting on a lot of points, and it's just that takedown. Again, with the scrambling ability of everybody right now, too, it's just you never know when you're going to get in a situation where you're getting 4 backers, and you can score 7 points so fast.
Well, the second period has come to an end. Will Eilers had a chance to get out, but didn't quite make it. He will lead 11-8. We're going to the third period. In this match, I think so far, back at 113, we had a 3-2 match. Obviously, a very evenly matched up bout, but Eilers could not maintain the hold here to start the third period. But I think as far as offensive wrestling goes that we were just talking about, this is probably becoming the best match of the day so far.
Well, at this point in time, it's any person's game. So, that's
11-9. Eilers comes in low on a reset, but Wilgers catches him. Now Wilders with a leg up. And Eilers will fall to the mat. That's a takedown. And Jeremiah Wilders has his first lead in this match at 12-11 with 1:10 to go.
I think we're not done scoring yet, though.
Eilers will come back, try again. He's in the down position now. Once again, T Area and Watertown JVs are wrestling on our south mat, the one with the big gray circle. Green circle to your right if you're watching. drgnews.com is the varsity. Wilders will let Eilers go, and here we go. 50 seconds to wrestle, 12-12 tie. Governor's in charge in the duel, 48-3, but some good matches left, this one included. Eilers with a leg, but they're near the edge. He'll have to find a way to stay in bounds if he wants to get any scoring done. Keeps his feet in, and Pierre wants 3, but they won't get it.
Ooh.
The toes may have been in. There might have been a knee out of bounds. Yeah. And I think that's what was called there. So no scoring there, even though the scoreboard put it up. Chris Dozark says nope. Take it away. It's 12-12, and now the reset with 25 ticks to go. Wilders seems like he's trying to catch his breath a little bit, waiting for Eilers to meet up with him. Does anybody have a late move in them here? 5 seconds to go. And it doesn't look like anything's going to happen. Eilers with a last-ditch effort, maybe a second or two too late. Let's go to overtime. A 1-minute overtime period immediately begins. First one to score wins the match here. Both wrestlers have had, I believe, 2 takedowns each. Obviously the most general or conventional way to score. In sudden victory mode here. Here comes Wilders. Eilers in trouble, but they are on the edge. Eilers fighting it off. Now he gets underneath, but Wilders comes in over the top. And there's 3. That's a good play for Jeremiah Wilders. Eilers had the chance, but Wilders gets him. Good highlight move there. Rounds Financial Services sponsors those for the opposing team as well. 15-12, sudden victory overtime, the win, as T Area gets their second win of the afternoon. Let's pause for 30 seconds. 190 is coming up next. You're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling.
Wagner Auto Company, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer in Pierre, is your transportation headquarters in central South Dakota. With a great selection of new Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, and Jeep vehicles, and a large selection of quality pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. View their entire inventory at WagnerAuto.com. Experience the Wagner Auto difference for yourself by letting them help you with your next set of wheels. Wagner Auto Company in Pierre.
Back at Riggs High Gym, we'll move up to 190 pounds, where T Area actually did not, their 190-pounder did not make weight here today, so that is a forfeit, an open weight class for the Titans. And Alec Eilers gets a win by forfeit at 190, so that's 6 more for the Governors, who lead 54-6 in the duel on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard. Now let's go to 215 pounds. Kalo Steele for the Governors. Jaden Waltner, his opponent for T Area. Waltner with the harness around his left shoulder. Kalo Steele. Looks like he's losing his headgear here, but as they're neutral, they'll continue on. Kalo's having a good season so far, isn't he?
He's so fun to watch.
Kalo just trying to flat out wrestle his man to the mat. Third try to throw finally gets him down, and there's a takedown gained as well. 3-0, Steele. Staley can adjust the headgear. What do you see as improvements in what you've seen from him so far this year?
To him, I think it's actually what he's doing off the mat right now in terms of his martial arts, career that he's got going on. It's just, man, he is. I can't remember if it's judo or what he's into right now, but it is. He's phenomenal, and I think that's, again, what's kind of been his saving grace in terms of this sport. He started out relatively older compared to everybody else. I think we've seen him maybe as a 7th or an 8th grader, but that was his first time wrestling, and just mat awareness and just body positioning.
Can only imagine the added discipline you can gain from a martial art.
Yeah.
To add to what you're already gaining here in the sport of wrestling. Takedown for Staley, but now Waltner has a 1-point escape. So we've got a 3-1 start to this one. 25 seconds to wrestle, first period. Governor Girls again won 3 out of 4 matches wrestled. Here's Staley trying to get him on the mat again, but Waltner comes down on top, as it turns out. That was just a slip for Staley. So 3 for Waltner, who will take a 4-3 lead late here in the first period. Give you a full recap of all of our matches, Pierre and T area, boys and girls, when this boys duel comes to an end, as Watertown and T area will duel varsity next. Their JV matches are already underway. Staley will take the down to start our second period. Quick up, right off of the whistle, but Waltner picks him up and gets him back down. Never losing control. 4-3, Jaden Waltner. So overall, as far as the Govs are concerned, I look at just a comparison I made on that Lyman Invitational over the weekend. The Govs had a better tournament than Winter did, for example, and Winter, who looks really good in Class B, but that was a team that was well above Pierre scoring-wise if you go back to that Rapid City invite.
Yeah.
So I think the Governors are heading in a good direction here as far as getting people healthy, but also starting to fill their entire roster.
Yeah, and I think, just with us this year, obviously we're trying to get as many champions as we can, but it's going to be, kind of that year of where it's going to be the backside brawlers, and to where, it's going to be where you got to pick up some points on the consolation side of things. And I think just, the solidity of the team as a whole is what we're going to kind of hang our hat on this year. And yeah, I don't really know what people were expecting coming out of the gates. Obviously, a couple of our, individuals not being here, and we won't talk about that too much, but it's just, the team that we had coming in and some of the youngsters wrestling, and coaches really got them going, I think, headed in the right direction.
Staley working out a reversal just now. Seemed to be a lot of action there, and Staley finally able to break free. Caleb Brozick, who's on camera for us, is he thinks we're dogging on his Winter Warriors.
Oh,
but
no.
That's really not the case.
No, because I was just gonna comment on that. When you take a look at their individual champions, I mean, it's like you get to those bigger tournaments like a Rapid City Invite and Mandan or some of those bigger ones. Like that's where they're probably going to flourish, just because of all those champions that they can produce. So no, I tell you what, they're fun to watch. And one thing I'd love to see this year would be a Winter Sturgis duel, just to see what those two teams could do head to head.
Well, we've got another tie match going here. Staley had that reversal to go up 5-4, but just in the last couple of seconds of the second period, they were on their feet and he let Waltner free. And so we've got a 5-5 tie as we start our third period. 215-pound weight class. We've got 285 left to go as well. Governor's going to win the duel, and they'll stay unbeaten on their duel season. They haven't had many duels, though. They beat Aberdeen. They beaten Huron. So far, that's the only dual action that the Governors have had. Of course, they got the big East-West duel coming up next weekend. Not this coming, but next weekend. And they've also added in there a makeup for their Harrisburg duel, which was supposed to have been back in December, about a month ago. Wrestlers on the mat. Waltner in the third period is going to get a reversal, so he'll take a 7-5 lead with 1 minute to go.
We'll go back to that last match and here with Kalo and the two losses that at least I've seen anyway. And I think just going back and watching a little film and just body positioning, just staying in good position, man, to me that's been probably the two things that's really cost us, some points in these matches, and just finishing them out on top, or finishing the period out on top, and again not giving up some of those cheaper takedowns, I would call it.
30 seconds to go. Caleb Brozick says he'd rather just as soon avoid a duel with Winter and Sturgis, though.
That's not the winner warrior mentality.
There you go. Take that. Now Steely on his back as Waltner seems to be the one with more gas, and with 13 seconds to go in the match, Jaden Waltner works out a win by fall over Kalo Steely of Pierre, and this will come in at a time of 5 minutes and 47 seconds. So T area will double their point total for the time being, and it'll be a little bit closer, 54-12, as we'll go to heavyweight. And T area will bring a wrestler out. Smaller heavyweight. This will be Teek Lual. And Devin Binger will wrestle for the Governors at 285 pounds. So Binger, who is continuing his process of kind of becoming a reliable heavyweight for the Governors. He still had his ups and downs this season, but he did pick up some early season victories. See what he can do against a smaller wrestler this time around. Teek Lual, who weighed in at 215 pounds, actually 212 today. Binger at a full-size heavyweight. Has about 50 pounds to his favor. Sometimes that big weight advantage isn't always the thing that's going to decide things, obviously. If you got good technique, and, I think that's going to be interesting to see what Lual has here in this match, but I think Thierry is just able to move him up just to give him a good test here.
I mean, generally you're going to try to hit shots that you're not going to be underneath, Binger if you're him, but that's just kind of where Binger got to utilize his body size and some really good quickness right there. That was a slick one to go behind.
Yep, there you go. Lual comes in low, but Binger catches him and then spins around. So Devin Binger with a 3-point takedown. This is our final match of this opening duel. We'll cover some things coming up in the post game, but we will be taking a break on the radio, on our radio coverage. I believe Live Ticket will continue coverage of the middle duel between T and Watertown. 15 seconds to go. First period. 285 pounds. Binger still trying to drive against Lual.
And Binger right now, too, just, I don't want to say conserve, right? You never really want to conserve your energy, but remember, you got 3 periods ahead, right? So try not to do too much right now with that, cost yourself some energy to finish this match.
Well, and when you've got such a bigger wrestler in this case, I mean, maybe the bigger guy is the one that runs out of gas a little sooner.
Yep.
Second period now underway with a 3-0 lead for Devin Binger. And Devin, from his sophomore to junior year, we can see a difference in the size, and he's put on some pounds since last year. Had a really good football season. Binger trying to get Lual to the mat, and he does. 6-0 Binger. Got a minute and a half to go. A lot of time here in the second period yet. Crowd trying to get behind Binger as well. And we'll have a blood timeout to the T area wrestler. So Luall will get some attention, a stoppage of play in our broadcast and on In the Action, brought to you by Coca-Cola Bottling in Pierre. Always a good time for an ice cold Coke or a Coke product of your choice. Blood from the nose. Binger just gets a chance to chat with his coach a little bit. Preview T area, T area in Watertown. Now T area's got kind of a depleted lineup due to injuries. Watertown is, they're having another Watertown Arrow type season. But let's preview Pierre and Watertown in this in the next one that we've got coming up. I mean, in the way the ESD setup goes, obviously you've got Watertown's kind of a big opponent for the Governors this season.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I mean, it's up and down their lineup again. That's it's a team right now that's kind of coming after people. I was just taking a look at some of the the weigh-ins and so on. I wasn't sure where Richter was going to come into the mix, and if we were going to see Lord tonight, possibly if he was still hurt. And so, I mean, I think there's still some questions that we're going to maybe see from that Watertown lineup until they actually step foot out on the mat. But I mean, it's going to be a good one for us. And again, it's just our big dogs got to take care of what they do. And like we've talked so many times in here, it's even just a simple fact of taking our losses and making sure that we're not giving up too many points in those.
Yeah. So again, Pierre and Watertown a little bit later on, once we finish up this matchup. By the way, to start the last reset, Teak Luall was able to work out an escape. So we've got neutral wrestlers, but Devin Binger of Pierre leading 6-1. Pierre on top in the duel, as mentioned, 54-12. And in this case, Luall wrestles up a weight class. T area is missing Chase DeBoer, who, if he can come back and get healthy again, this might be his year to maybe come out on top as a state champion. But then again, you've got Elijah Shunky down at Brandon Valley, who's
I forgot about him.
Certainly doing what guys named Shunky tend to do.
That DeBoer's fun to watch. So just again, an athlete. You don't see too many of those anymore in that heavyweight class, and just strong, tall. Pretty physical, but going on to play, I think, football at Lindenwood, if I'm not mistaken. And so again, just kind of shows his athletic ability that he's got. But yeah, he's been kind of fun to watch, and just starting out. I think even as a freshman or sophomore, he was always in that 170 to 180 kind of pound, and taking his lumps, and hope to see him back on the mat eventually.
Well, Devin Binger is able to roll over Teak Luall here. We're in the third period, and Binger gets a win by fall to finish this one off. 4 minutes and 24 seconds a win for Devin Binger here. And the Governors will put an exclamation point on the duel, and they'll defeat the T-Area Titans by the score of 60-12. The final score on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard, sponsored by Gales Gas Service in Pierre. Let's take a 2-minute break. We'll come back and recap this one in our Family Dental post game. And as far as the boys go, we'll talk about big plays of the game and give you your player of the game. And then we'll preview that Pierre Watertown duel coming up in just a little bit again. If you're watching at drgnews.com, keep in mind Watertown and T-Area will duel on that same mat that Pierre and T-Area just dueled as well. Govs win 60-12 from the Gales Gas Service scoreboard. We're back in 2 minutes. Governor Wrestling is on River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
Dr. Ryan and his team at Family Dental in Pierre and Gettysburg would like to thank their wonderful patients for allowing us to treat their whole family, from infants to elders and everyone in between, including routine dental care, same-day crowns and bridges, implants, and many more procedures. We are excited that soon we'll be able to offer IV sedation. We are excited for what the future will bring. Call 224-7774 to schedule an appointment today. Again, thank you to all our wonderful patients.
From the early days of South Dakota statehood through today's digital revolution, BankWest has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. BankWest Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose BankWest. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
Century Business Products is a proud provider of the most reliable Kyocera copiers and printers to the Pierre School District. Backed by 5-time nationally awarded Kyocera servicing team. Are you looking to control color cost? Looking to reduce printers? Are you looking for more efficient ways to scan documents? Or maybe you'd like to become more paperless? Look no further than your local Century Business Products. Call 800-529-1950 and see how they're powering business technology.
Do you dream of a custom home built within your budget and done on time? Kruger Contracting can make that dream a reality. They're a trusted home builder since 2003, and they're going to be upfront and open about cost and transparent about where your money is going when it comes to your new home. Their skilled crew will manage construction of your new home from start to finish. They're located in Pierre and can build your home in Pierre, Fort Pierre, or the surrounding area. Call 605-222-2523. Visit KrugerContracting.com or find Kruger Contracting on Facebook.
Well, the Governors take care of the T-Area Titans here in our first duel of the afternoon. Our first look at the Governor wrestlers here on the airwaves and drgnews.com. Welcome back. Brian Oakland along with John Calda as Pierre defeats the Titans 60-12. Governor girls also wrestled 4 matches today. They got several wins by forfeit with T-Area in open weight classes, but let's give you the recap of the matches that we did see here in this one. Shaylee Speck defeated Aaliyah Stevenson 17-3, and a major decision win for Speck. And then at 120 pounds, Gemma Stanglin gets a win by fall over Lexi Marlowe of T-Area, 1 minute and 26 seconds in that one. The Titans came back with a win by fall of their own as Emery Volker defeated Lane Heasley in 2 minutes and 19 seconds. And then our last match came at 170 pounds with Pierre's Abby Lewis wrestling up a weight class and defeating Lexi Duffy in a win by fall, 1 minute and 56 seconds. So two pins and a major decision for Pierre, 1 win by fall for T-Area in our 4 girls matches. But as far as open weight classes and the Governors that were able to fill those classes, several wins by forfeit, and Pierre girls get a 70-6 victory over T-Area in this one. And the Governor girls remain unbeaten in the dual season as well. As far as the boys go, we started at 106, and Noah Horsley gets a technical fall win at 106 pounds, 16-1 over Trig Gasper of T-Area to start the Governors in a 5-0 lead. At 113 pounds, Cade Eimers comes from behind and gets a 3-2 win over Daniel Mason, as that one went the distance, as Eimers gets a 3-point decision to the Titan effort and makes it 5-3. But then the Governors get 2 pins in a row, and they win several weight classes in a row. In fact, they win 8 straight after that. Gable Urig in the first minute, 46 seconds, defeating Aaron Halber of T-Area to make it 11-3. Bodie Minder comes up with a 58-second win by fall and defeating Brody Lee to make it 17-3 in the duel. And again, that win for Minder in just 58 seconds. Walker West had a good one over Slater Wilson, 7-5. To win at 132, 3 points to the Governors that made it 20-3. Then another quick win by fall, Rowdy Menning over Mason Woodring in 35 seconds. Pierre led 26-3. At 144, Alex Odekoven wins by forfeit as T-Area stays open, and Pierre led 32-3. Then Jordan Schaefer at the end of the second period wins by fall, 6 minutes even over Trevin Audis in the win in that one, 38-3 after Jordan Schaefer's victory. Talon Lightfield gets a impressive major decision win, 15-4 over Trevor Cordell. For 4 more for the Govs, it's 42-3. Porter Hunsley, 1 minute and 15 seconds, win by fall over Adam Giles, and the Governors led 48-3. Will Eilers goes the distance and then some, but loses in sudden victory. Jeremiah Wilgers with the 15-12 victory for the Titans to make it 48-6. But Alec Eilers wins by forfeit. Titans were open at 190. It's 54-6 at that point. Kalo Steele had a good match with Jaden Waltner, but Waltner wins it in the end, getting Steele on his back in 5 minutes and 47 seconds to make it 54-12. And Devin Binger, who had the weight advantage at 285, defeats Teak Lual in a fall, 4 minutes and 24 seconds. Governors win it 60-12. And in doing so, in 11 out of 14 weight classes. And John Calda here, I think up and down, I'm looking at the number of pins that the Govs had today. And yeah, they're going to be favored in a lot of these with a little bit lighter lineup from T area. But, hey, if you're favored enough to be expected to come out and get a win by fall, Govs do it in many cases in just under or just over a minute's time. First period pins, I think that's impressive from the Governor's standpoint today.
Yeah, and I think you're building for the future, right? I mean, we start looking at state tournament time, and like those pins are extra points, and so just kind of the relentless mentality right now. We're not just happy with a 5-point win. We're not happy with the Tech fall. We're trying to score on as many points as we can, and I think if we continue that trend, that's going to obviously help us a lot when we get state tournament time.
Pins like that, good examples of highlight plays put in by the Governors today. Rounds Financial Services sponsors highlight plays. Rounds Financial Services in Pierre, where your money works for you. But there were also big plays in this game, big plays or turning points that certainly put this match and this duel in the Governor's favor, and we'll talk about that. Big plays are brought to you by Hermanson Endodontics in Pierre. Let's hear from them, and we'll continue our Governor Wrestling postgame.
Quality comes first at Hermanson Endodontics. Dr. Brian Hermanson serves Central South Dakota with specialty root canal treatment. Hermanson Endodontics strives to provide treatment that's not only comfortable, but also provides the best possible outcome. They do this by effective and timely communication with your dentist and preserving as much healthy tooth as possible using state-of-the-art three-dimensional imaging and the dental operating microscope to guide diagnosis and treatment. Ask your dentist if a root canal specialist is right for you. Hermanson Endodontics in Pierre.
Hermanson Endodontics with big plays in this game. The Governors got a technical fall in match number 1, but then lose by decision in match number 2. The momentum certainly went their way, though, when Gable Uhrig and Bodie Minder put together back-to-back pins in less than a minute each. And at that point, the Governors got a quick 12 on the dual score and led 17-3. They won 6 more weight classes after that and never did look back in this one. To me, big play worthy, as those back-to-back pins from Gable Uhrig and Bodie Minder are our Hermanson Endodontics big plays in the game. And with that, we'll talk about your player of the game, the outstanding wrestler. Not going to give you a girls player of the game yet. We'll do one for the girls at the end of our Watertown duel coming up a little bit later on. And then we'll have boys outstanding wrestlers for both duels here today. And those are brought to you by Cowboy Country Stores. So let's hear from Cowboy Country Stores and your player of the game, coming back with more Governor Wrestling.
Anytime is a good time for Cowboy Country Stores in Pierre and Fort Pierre. Fill up your tank and your stomach. Fresh baked pastries, coffees, regular and breakfast pizzas, Camp's chicken, and more. Feed the family while on the go. Then treat yourself to soft serve ice cream in cones and dishes. Convenience with a capital C. Cowboy Country Stores, Euclid Avenue and Harrison Avenue in Pierre and in Fort Pierre.
Players of the game are outstanding wrestlers of this Pierre duel win over the T-Area Titans, brought to you by Cowboy Country Stores. And there were a number of pins. We mentioned Uhrig and Minder, Rowdy Menning in the first minute, Jordan Schaefer at the end of the second period, Porter Hunsley a first period pin, and Devin Binger gets one in the early third period. But aside from the pins and an impressive technical fall win for Noah Horsley to start, and as I consult John Calda on this, I believe Walker West's victory at 132 pounds, a 7-5 win over Slater Wilson, was impressive, partly because Wilson, I think right now, is one of the better wrestlers that T-Area has going that is healthy. He placed third at the Lyman Invitational, whereas Walker West placed fifth in the same bracket. But in this case today, I know you didn't see it so much, JW, but Walker got out, had a 6-2 lead early and held on to win it the rest of the way. So it's good to see him picking up victories like that against guys that certainly either stand in his way or, people that he's going to have to beat as he moves on and tries to place ultimately in a state tournament this year.
Yeah, just looking at rankings, actually Slater is even ranked ahead of him. So just, again, I didn't see it, but just knowing Walker, he's always kind of had the little funk to him and to where he can win some big matches. But it's been, actually putting something together to not catch a guy and put him in his back, but actually just, just from start of the match to the end of the match, just putting something together and getting a victory there. So that's kind of like what see out of him, and being a good leader for the team there and doing what he can do. So hats off.
So Walker West is our outstanding wrestler of this match, of this duel, as Pierre wins it 60-12, 3-0 on the season, but they've got a tough Watertown duel coming up. So here's what we're going to do as we start to wrap things up for this opening duel. T-Area and Watertown are already underway. And they're a couple matches into that one. We'll probably be taking about a 30 to 45 minute break, and we'll just be calling back in when the time comes, and we'll get you set up for the Governors against the Watertown Arrows after a bit of a break. But you can still watch more wrestling. T-Area and Watertown are available at drgnews.com. and the DRG News smartphone app, as well as gogovs.live. For those who are on the road, reminder, high school sports or winter driving or whatever the reason, South Dakota Office of Highway Safety reminds us to don't veer for deer. Slow down, buckle up. And, of course, if we get winter conditions popping up, as is expected, looks like we got a winter weather advisory coming up tomorrow afternoon. Remember to think twice in case of ice as well. South Dakota Office of Highway Safety with those reminders in our Governor broadcast. So for now, as the Governors defeat the Titans 60-12, we remind you, Pierre Governor Sports brought to you on River 92.7 and drgnews.com by your Pierre Sports marketing partners. Sponsors include Bank West, Beck Motors, Dakota Storm Roofing, Superior Concrete, Live Ticket, Overhead Door Company, New Edge Advisors, Avera Orthopedics, Capital City, Ford Lincoln Toyota, Kruger Contracting, and Century Business Products, as well as the Brittany Shufflebine Agency of American Family Insurance. Governor Sports also sponsored by Hag Ag Services, Wagner Auto, Avera St. Mary's, Hospital, Edward Jones, May Adam Law Office, First Dakota National Bank, TMA, and Lynn's Dakota Mart, as well as by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop, American Bank and Trust, Kathy Sonnenschein Properties, Oahe Federal Credit Union, the Ramkota Hotel and Conference Center, Bauman Lumber, Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, Ferding Electric, Tokyo Hibachi and Sushi. I still can't say that right. Tokyo Hibachi and Sushi. I can sure eat it, though. And Black Hills Federal Credit Union. Governor Sports brought to you within the broadcast by our in-game sports sponsors, including Bank West, the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, Central Dakota Eye Care, Envirotech, the South Dakota Attorney General's Office, Comtech, Rounds Financial Services, Coca-Cola Bottling, Wealth Partners, Ameriprise Financial, Family Dental of Pierre in Gettysburg, Hermanson Endodontics, Cowboy Country Stores, and Gales Gas Service in Pierre. Again, your final Gales Gas Service scoreboard in the girls' duel. The Governors win 70-6 over T-Area, and the Governor boys defeat the Titans as well, 60-12. We'll be back with you once again in about 30 to 45 minutes here at Governor Wrestling against the Watertown Arrows. We'll be next. You're listening to Governor Wrestling on River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
Checking in for the Arrows, Neil Dunn, and for the Titans, Grayson Schmidt. by fall on the varsity mat. Your winner by fall 126 from the Arrows, Brody Randall. 132 pounds, season 4. And we're going to stop it by fall on the JV mat. Your winner for the Arrows, Leo Dunn. That will complete our matches, our JV matches for the boys. We'll take a short break and then roll right into the Watertown versus T area girls varsity duel. All right, we're ready to get started with Watertown girls varsity. Collecting a forfeit at 105 pounds for the Arrows, Vanessa Anderson. 110 pounders, please report. Both teams are open at 110 and 115 pounds. Moving on to 120 pounds. 120 pounders, please report. Checking in at 120 pounds on the girls' mat. Brooklyn Randall for the Arrows and Lexi Marlowe for the Tigers. We have a quick pin at 120 pounds on the girls' mat. Your winner for the Arrows, Brooklyn Randall. Both teams open at 100. Moving on to 125 pounds for the Arrows, Lily Anderson, and for the Tigers, Amy Bowler. We have a stoppage by check ball on the varsity mat. For the boys, it was Shea Richter of the Arrows winning by a 19-4 tech ball. Moving on to 138 pounds on the boys' back. Mason Woodring for the Titans and Cutler Swenson for the Arrows. Your winner by fall for the Arrows, Cutler Swenson. That is Cutler's career win number 100. Congratulations, Cutler, on a milestone. 144 pounds, please report. Collecting a forfeit for the Arrows at 144, Max Drew. 150 pounders, please report. Your 150 150 pounds. Next on the women's varsity match, Kevin Ottis for the Titans and Kessler Swenson for the Arrows. In our girls' duel, we are double open at 130 and 135, moving on to 140 pounds. Lucky a forfeit for the Arrows at 140. Brooke, great jab. 145 pounders, please report. Double open at 145. Girls, we are open at 145 and 155, moving on to 170 pounds. 170 pounders, please report. Checking in for the Arrows at 170 pounds, Nevaeh Zedmek. And for the Titans, Lexi Duffy. Great Schools comes to action after 1 minute 26 seconds in the first period at 170 pounds. Your winner for the Arrows by fall, Nevaeh Shandon. 190 pounders, please support. Collecting a forfeit at 190 pounds, Allison Conrad. 235 pounders, please report. Collecting a forfeit at 235 for the Arrows, Eden Ott. 100 pounders, please report. Checking in at 100 pounds for the Arrows, Lily Lindsay, and for the Titans, Aaliyah Stevenson. They'll go the distance at 150 pounds on the boys mat. Your winner by a 13-2 major decision, Trevin Otis. 157 pounders, please report. Taking them out at 157 for Pierre is Trevor Cordell, and for the Arrows, Owen Peterson. We've got another stoppage by fall at 1 minute 8 seconds of the first period. Your winner for the Titans, Aaliyah Stevenson. That will complete our girls' duel between T-Area and Watertown. Watertown's win on the team score, 42-6. We'll take a short break on the gray mat and get ready for Pierre versus Watertown boys JV. We'll get ready for Pierre and Watertown boys JV. To get started after a short break on the gray mat. We got a stoppage by fall on the boys varsity net. Your winner by fall at 157 pounds for the Titans, Trevor Cornell. 165 pounders, please report. Referee goes up, stops the match at 165 pounds by fall. Your winner for the Watertown Arrows, Marcus Pitkin. 175 pounds, please report. Your match at 175 pounds for the boys varsity, Jeremiah Wiltshire for the Titans and Landon Lewis for the Arrows. ahead and clear the gray mat and get set for Pierre versus Watertown JV boys. We're going to start at 106 pounds. It will be Evan Hummel taking on Leo Walraven. Hummel and Walraven, please report. On deck, on the JV mat, it will be Giles Obel at 120 pounds, taking on Tanner Yurdahl. Obel and Yurdahl, you are on deck at 120 pounds. Referees will stop the action at 1 minute 37 seconds of the first period. Your winner by fall at 106 pounds, Leo Walraven. Next up on the JV mat, at 120 pounds for the Governors, Giles Obel, and for the Arrows, Tanner Yurdahl. On deck will be 165 pounders, Max Dupree for the Governors, and Lane Dundall for the Arrows. Dundall and Dupree, you are on deck on the JV mat. This is at 175. Your winner by a 12-9 decision. Jeremiah Will Landon Lewis. Lewis with the victory at 175. 190 pounds, please report. Collecting the award winner 190 for the Arrows, $215, please report. The 215-pound match for the Titans, Jaden Walker, and for the Arrows, Chase Payne.
Brought to you by your Pierre Sports marketing sponsors, Bank West, Beck Motors, Dakota Storm Roofing, Superior Concrete, Live Ticket, Overhead Door, New Edge Advisors, Avera Orthopedics, Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota, Kruger Contracting, Century Business Products, and the Brittany Scheffelbein Agency of American Family Insurance. Governor Sports is also sponsored in part by Dakota Mart, TMA, First Dakota National Bank, May Adam Law Office, Edward Jones, Avera St. Mary's Hospital, Wegner Auto, Graham Tire, and by Zander Auto Parts, American Bank and Trust, Kathy Sun and Shine Properties, Oahe Federal Credit Union, the Ramkota Hotel and Conference Center, Tokyo Hibachi and Sushi, Bauman Lumber, Ferding Electric, and Black Hills Federal Credit Union. And coverage of high school sports on River 92.7 is also brought to you by these special in-game sponsors. Bank West, the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, Central Dakota Eye Care, Envirotech, the South Dakota Attorney General's Office Division of Consumer Protection, Rounds Financial Services, Comtech, Coca-Cola Bottling, Wealth Partners Ameriprise Financial, Hermanson Endodontics, Family Dental, Cowboy Country Stores, and Gale's Gas Service of Pierre. And now, Pierre Governors Sports on the official home of the Governors, River 92.7 and DRGnews.com.
Well, thank you very much. Once again, everybody, good evening as we welcome you back. If you've been with us already today to Riggs High Gym, it is Governor Wrestling on the air for the first time this season. It's a good time to get them back on the air. We've got a great wrestling duel coming up. The Pierre Governors will wrestle against the Watertown Arrows. Pierre already with a victory over the T-Area Titans, 60-12 in boys wrestling, 70-6 over the T-Area girls. And now we've got some great girls matches coming up. We've also got a great full boys duel on the way when the Governors battle the Watertown Arrows. And every time Pierre and Watertown have gotten together here in these last several years, it has been pretty much anybody's matchup, anybody's ball game. And we've got some good things upcoming. Looking forward to it. Along with John Calda, who will be outside with us for the entirety of this duel upcoming. Caleb Brozick on camera. William Wilson running the show in studio. Again, I'm Brian Oakland, as T-Area and Watertown have one more match in their duel here in between. And then we'll be getting in to our coverage of Pierre and Watertown. And basically how things are happening right now as you watch at drgnews.com. Pierre and Watertown boys are already in the middle of their JV matches. When those are done, on the match to your left with the big gray circle at drgnews.com, the video feed, then the girls for Pierre and Watertown will get ready to go. They should have about 8 matches, I think 7 that'll actually be wrestled in this in the girls' duel today, and then the boys should have 14 full. A full 14-match duel upcoming. T-Area and Watertown dueling right now, and Watertown is in the lead. I think I'm seeing 44-22 right now, so Watertown will defeat the Titans. John Calda talks about this one with us as well, and it's I think obviously this is the main event, Coach. It's Pierre and Watertown, and in the ESD in the last few years, it really has been just a great match. Maybe it's not the top match of the season, but it's one of the top 3 or 5 in the entire ESD schedule in particular, where definitely not only you want to get the upper hand in the ESD, but these are the real individually, these are the real tough matches that Pierre wrestlers and Watertown wrestlers are going to have to get used to as the season goes on, especially the deeper you get into February.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, what a great evening of wrestling. I love the triangular side of things versus the duel, and getting to watch JV kids out here. You got 2 mats going, girls going, guys going. I mean, it's just been a fun evening so far. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of where the ESD's been built on. Like you said in the past, it's usually kind of been Aberdeen. You throw them in the mix, and Watertown and us, and and to where we've generally kind of wrestled some of these duels a little bit earlier in the year. Now we're starting to see after Christmas, and kids are starting to make their descent down, and now you're kind of starting to really solidify where those kids are going to be at for those weight classes. And I tell you what, I'm excited for this one. And we're going to see multiple top 8 matchups in the state coming in tonight. And we talk so much about dual strategies, and I think, what is Coach Welch thinking in terms of, are we going to be moving some guys around? We always know that Coach Lewis is never afraid to, possibly bump up some weight classes, because ultimately when it does come down to it, we're trying to win a duel tonight. And, again, obviously looking at the future, again, trying to solidify your rankings as far as the state goes. But, knowing these 2 guys, I think anything could go with those lineups.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Actually, they've got one more match. They started at 113. They're going to 106. So we get an opportunity to take a 3-minute timeout, and then this duel will be done with T-Area and Watertown. Pierre and Watertown are coming up, and there won't be much of a break in between. So we'll get into keys to success when we come back after a 3-minute timeout. Governor Wrestling is on once again, River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
There when you need them the most. Bank West Insurance agents Sam Kennecke and Angie Taylor are here to make your life easier.
As an independent agency, we're able to customize an insurance plan to fit your individual needs.
We work with dozens of companies to find you the best possible coverage and the best price.
For your insurance needs, contact Sam or Angie at Bank West Insurance in Pierre. Bank West, convenient, connected, committed. Insurance products are not deposits, not FDIC insured, not insured by any federal agency, not guaranteed by any bank, and may go down in value.
This winter, Beck Motor Company is your go-to Chevy dealer for automotive needs. From the tough, rugged Chevy Silverado to a versatile Equinox, we've got the perfect ride for every season. Need service? Our expert team is here to keep you cruising through winter with confidence. Beck Motor Company, your trusted local Chevy dealer, proudly serving you with top-notch vehicles, service, and customer care. Stop by today and drive away with a deal you'll love. www.beck-motors.com 605-224-5912.
Dakota Storm Roofing is a locally owned roofing company in Pierre, specializing in both residential and commercial roofing services. They can handle your asphalt shingle, metal roofing, and flat roof needs. New construction, plus all types of roof repairs. They can handle the finishing touches, adding fascia, soffit, and gutters too. No job is too big or too small. For a free estimate, call Dakota Storm Roofing at 280-9794. Go to dakotastormroofing.com or find them on Facebook or Instagram.
Superior Concrete is proud to sponsor the Governors this season and just as proud to offer the finest concrete solutions available for commercial and residential applications as well as foundation and flat work. The bottom line, if you need anything done with concrete, we can do it. Superior Concrete. Give us a call today for an estimate or more information. That's Superior Concrete. Find us on Facebook or call the office at 605-494-0102. That's 494-0102. Call today.
Do you love watching high school sports but find yourself wanting to be more involved? LiveTicket.tv has the solution for you. They're looking for production managers to assist for this school year. Duties include the management of equipment as well as basic technological understanding. But don't stress, paid training will be provided. Part-time wages starting at $20 per hour. Call 833-605-LIVE, extension 2. That's 833-605-5483, extension 2, and punch your ticket to joining one of the fastest growing companies in South Dakota.
Regular comprehensive eye exams yearly are the key to finding eye problems before symptoms appear. Hi, this is Dr. Mike Bartlett. I've joined the team at Central Dakota Eye Care, continuing to provide the same high-quality care you've come to expect. I've been seeing patients here in Pierre for 30-plus years, and I look forward to welcoming you to my new location. Call us today at 605-224-6128 to schedule your appointment. Central Dakota Eye Care, 640 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Better vision for a great life.
Back at Ringside Gym, welcome to our Bank West pregame show for our second duel of the day's events here on River 92.7 and drgnews.com. It's Bank West for the best. And for those on the road, the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety celebrates being a part of a team, and they remind us all, winter driving, high school sports driving, doesn't matter. Slow the drive, arrive alive, and buckle up too. You've got some place to be. As we start talking in on keys to success with this one, Brian Oakland along with John Calda. Again, it's Pierre and it's Watertown. Coach, you mentioned the Aberdeen duels, throw Brandon Valley in the mix in there still. And I mean, it's just, and to me, it kind of takes us back to the old days when duels really meant something. And now that the recurrence of the state duel tournament has come back again, which Pierre is going to host again for the second year in a row. But obviously duels mean something again, and that just kind of adds weight to Pierre and Watertown.
Yeah, and that's what I'm excited about, just the aura, right? I mean, again, you go back to kind of when I started coaching with Coach Lewis, and I mean, it was always kind of 3 or 4 teams that would just keep battling. You throw Brandon Valley, like you said, in the mix here in the last couple of years or recent years. And, I like a good duel. And it just seems like, maybe the past 4 or 5 years, why I like the triangular side of things is you're not putting an emphasis on, a T, or you're not putting an emphasis maybe on a Mitchell duel, but you kind of, again, bring multiple teams in, you got kind of that highlight for the night that's coming forward. So, yeah, I mean, it's, again, like I said before, it's going to be a good one tonight.
And both of these teams are, as Watertown and T area finish up, both teams will be, kind of lathered up, getting ready to go, I guess, for Pierre. If you talk about advantages, is it an advantage to have wrestled one match already, while Watertown is just going to have, cut the time in half between one match and another? Or is it obviously you treat it like a tournament, and your next match up, you're just going to be ready to go?
Yeah, I think, tonight's probably a little bit different. Just not to knock T down by any means, but, kind of look at Watertown just getting done. I would say it was probably a little bit of a warm-up for them. It wasn't like there's a lot of hard, grueling matches and, really intense matches going on in that. And so for them, I think it's a warm-up. And, for us, yeah, that little break can obviously have a little bit of a detrimental effect on you. But, it's been, I think we're looking at about maybe 45 minutes right now since we got done wrestling. So it hasn't been, I don't think, enough of a break to really allow us to lose any focus. Okay. And knowing the coaches and, how big this duel is right now, they found a way to keep the boys entertained and ready to go.
All right. So your keys to success as you analyze this one coming up.
Yeah, it comes down. We talk so much about dual strategies. To me, it's just, we've got to have the pins where we need pins. And even in the losses, we need to make sure that we or have a tight margin even in those losses. And that's always tough to do in a case because you never want to tell a kid, if you're going to lose small, you want them to go out there and give the best effort that they can and try to win. But also you got to just keep yourself in a good position, a good situation, not to give up those pins. And I think that's what's got to happen tonight.
All right. There's already movement on the boys' side of things, but I do want to ask about the girls too. Watertown, they've got about half of a lineup, but just about everybody they have is a really well-ranked wrestler, and they've got some potential state champions here as well. So you talk about the girls and their keys to success. Now for them, it's Pierre's gonna be more of an underdog this year, and for them, it's time to step up for the ones who have to take the mat tonight.
Yeah, and you take a look at obviously the new reins of Coach Caven this year, and coming in, we lost some good girls from last year. That a lot of high point scores for us, and he's been doing a really good job this year just developing and, with those young girls coming in and, to him, I got to imagine, obviously, the duels it's a victory. We want to win those duels, but for them, are we improving every match that we're coming out here? And, again, I think that's a big goal of his. And if we can at least put in a good effort and maybe even take some losses, as long as we're doing the things that we need to do on that side, I think he'll be pretty pleased with the outcome.
All right. Keys to success from our coach on the mic, John Calda. That's brought to you by Central Dakota Eye Care in Pierre. Let's take a look at starting lineups before everybody gets going again. Girls matches will come up after the boys JVs. They've got a number of JV matches yet to wrestle, but we'll see the girls a little bit later on. But here are the matchups for the girls. At 100 pounds for Pierre, Shaylee Speck against Lily Lindsay of Watertown. At 105, Sydney Caven of Pierre against Vanessa Anderson of the Watertown Arrows. At 115, they'll skip 110, or at least Watertown will be open at 110. Evelyn Coughlin of Pierre will wrestle against Brooklyn Randall of Watertown. That at 115. Then at 120, Gemma Stanglin of Pierre takes on Olivia Anderson. Tough matchup there out of the Watertown squad. Then no wrestling at 125. Pierre will get wins by forfeit at 25 and 30 and 35. Kesri, or maybe a double forfeit at 135, as Pierre didn't weigh in that weight class today either. Kesri Benning at 140 pounds will wrestle Brooke Drychek of Watertown. That should be a real good match. And then there'll be forfeits for Pierre all the way up to 170 pounds. And again, Abby Lewis probably wrestles up to 170 to take on Nevaeh Schonbeck of the Watertown Arrows. And at 190, Bailey Taft will wrestle for Pierre against Allison Conrad of Watertown. Eden Hawk of Watertown has weighed in today. Pierre will not have a wrestler at 235. Hawk would get a win by forfeit there. The Arrows are coached by Dexter Gaikowski. The Governors by Ben Caven, along with Kyle Seringer, Trevor Lightfield, and Jared Geigel. That's the Envirotech starting lineups for our girls matchups and what we expect. Here's what's on tap for the boys. Assume these matchups. It's certainly subject to change, but at 106 pounds, Noah Horsley for Pierre takes on Braylon Shell of Watertown. At 113 for Pierre, it'll be Daniel Mason. For Watertown, Jonah Anderson. At 120, Gable Urig of Pierre will take on Chase Matthews from Watertown. At 126, It's Bodie Minder of the Governors against Brody Randall of Watertown at 132. Walker West has a tough one against Shea Richter of Watertown. West out of Pierre. Rowdy Menning of Pierre takes on Cutler Swenson of Watertown at 138. At 144, look forward to Alex Odekoven of Pierre against Max Stroop from Watertown. At 150, Jordan Schaefer of the Governors against Kessler Swenson from the Arrows. At 157, Talon Lightfield for Pierre takes on Gage Lohr of Watertown, multi-state champion for the Arrows there. Porter Hunsley at 165 against Marcus Pitkin of Watertown. That's number 3 versus number 2 in the current rankings at 165 pounds. Will Eilers of the Governors at 175 against Landon Lewis of the Watertown Arrows. At 190, Alec Eilers against Cade Kemper. Pierre against Watertown. At 215, it'll be Kalo Steele for Pierre against Chase Pay of the Arrows. And at 285, Devin Binger of Pierre goes against Connor Christensen of Watertown. In fact, 120 pounds will be our first weight class. So Gable Urig against Chase Matthews will be our first match this time around. Governors are coached by Sean Lewis, assisted by Jevin Keys, Eric Williams, Kirby Cronin, Chad Urig, while the Watertown Arrows are headed up by the veteran head coach Chaz Welch. Those are the Envirotech starting lineups in our duels coming up here against Watertown. Matches that are also officiated by the law on the mat. Chris Dozark on the varsity mat, Zach Julfs on the JV and the girls matches. Thanks to them for being our law on the mat, brought to you by the South Dakota Attorney General's Office and their Division of Consumer Protection. Let's hear from them and Envirotech and also Comtech, and we're wrestling when we come back with Governor Wrestling on River 92.7.
Envirotech makes life a little bit simpler. No matter what the circumstances, no matter what is handed to you, Envirotech has you covered. One call is all it takes to have easy setup, easy pickup, and easy payment. Call Envirotech at 224-4804 or use their website to pay your bill online at envirotechwaste.com. Use the mobile app Waste Connect. Check their website or receive a robocall for collection schedule due to weather or holidays. Envirotech has you covered.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986. Comtech has your technology solutions. Check out their showroom located right off the truck route on Irwin Street. Come in and see what you've been missing. A large selection of TVs, sound systems, and smart speakers, PCs, desktops, and tablets, home and business security and telecommunication systems. Comtech is your all-in-one solution for any technology needs. Wishing all athletes the best of luck in today's competition. Comtech. Come see what you've been missing.
Here we go at Riggs High Gym, already underway in our first duel of the boys varsity. Pierre Governors, Watertown Arrows. River 92.7 and DRGnews.com. Gable Urig is on the mat for Pierre against Chase Matthews of Watertown, first period. And while we were finishing up our orders of business before we get going, hearing from Comtech, our opening handshake, the opening match of this duel is sponsored by Comtech. And Gable Urig in the first minute has gone to work with a three-point takedown, plus with his signature cradle. He was able to get Chase Matthews on his back for a 4-second near fall. So a 7-point move for Urig right off the bat. But right now trying to maintain control here as the second minute of the first period continues on by. We're down to 24 seconds and counting. And in talking keys to success, one more time for John Calda here right away. I think if you're the Governors, you do have to get bonus points wherever you can. And so far, a good matchup for the Governors at 120.
Yeah, I mean, just Gabe doing what he's doing. I mean, we preach to our middle school kids so often about good or bad, you can cradle from anywhere, and so you can be cradle from anywhere, but yet you can also throw a cradle from anywhere. And take a look at Matthews in on a pretty decent shot, and just, Gable, that's one thing he's looking for. It doesn't matter, what the position is on top. He's looking at getting that cradle locked in.
They'll start neutral as we begin our second period of wrestling. Once again, if you're watching at drgnews.com, you're watching the match on the right. We're watching the match on your right. JVs are still going on for boys on the left. We'll see girls matches a little bit later on once the JV boys are complete. But there are a number of JV boys matches still to come. Second period underway, and somebody's, Uhrig up top, but trying to gain control, looking at Chris Dozark to see if he's got it, but he hasn't been given it yet. And the reason is that Chase Matthews has Uhrig by the right, the leg. Coming in from behind, Uhrig is not able to free himself to gain a takedown. He's not very far away from it, but somehow Matthews still has a grasp. And they'll call stalemate here, so Uhrig should get another opportunity. 1 minute to go. Early on, and we got an early blood timeout here in this one as well. Chase Matthews with blood from the nose. Watertown has the bench to your right now at the north edge of the gym. The Governors on the scorer's table side in this triangular. And right now, all right, we talk about these scoring matchups, and sure, you want to keep scoring if you're Gable Uhrig, but, here's the thing, too. It seems at 7-0, it looks like you've got a match that you can manage, but all it takes is still one move, and you get on your back, and all of a sudden you're losing your lead, or it's a really tight match.
Yeah, no, you can rack up points, and for Gable right now, it looks like he's kind of, I'm not saying trying, but he's more capitalizing on Matthews' shot. It'd be kind of interesting to see if Matthews changes up his, which leg he's attacking, how he's going to actually attack, and so on, just to maybe kind of take that cradle threat away from Gable. But I mean, just those long arms, man, they just he can just get to that position at any point in time.
So on the reset after the blood timeout's brought to you by Coca-Cola Bottling of Pierre, by the way. As we reset, we're in the second and final minute of the second period, and here it is. Just like that, Chase Matthews gains a takedown for 3, but as Uhrig breaks out, he'll come in, take a quick shot, update the score, 8-3, Gable Uhrig on top. First match, starting at 1:20 of this Pierre and Watertown duel. Now Uhrig, as Matthews has him by the shin and the back of the knee, Uhrig trying to release that. He does. He spins around, gets 3 near the edge. And so far, the wrestlers are still going. They're not out of bounds yet. So 11-3. As Uhrig takes a moment of negativity, turns it into positive with a 4-point swing there. Now 11-3. The second period has come to an end.
I didn't see whose choice was that?
Well, I didn't. I was trying to remember if it was first or second period, actually, that just finished up. But the Watertown wrestler takes the down. And I believe it is the third period. My memory's going short on me. But Uhrig has that 8-point lead. So major decision margin, and you certainly want to keep it at least that if you're Pierre and looking for bonus points. Matthews looking for an opening. It was Matthews in the down, Uhrig up. And we've talked before in years past about Gable Uhrig's ability to wrestle on top. And he does a heck of a job with that.
Yeah, and that's kind of where my mindset was going right away. I mean, one, you go down, you try to take away from that, you take away that major, but yet, I mean, again, you're wrestling a kid that, I mean, he thrives on top. It's like, and so it's kind of one of those things where, we're going to choose down now just in case we happen to see this at, a state tournament or, in the future at some of these other tournaments and see if we can get away. But, again, another situation is you may not get a chance to even score anything here.
Our silent partner across the way, Caleb Brozick did think that it was Urig's choice to start this third period on top.
That makes a little more
sense. That does make sense.
Yep.
So, Gable's still on top. Or up above. Under 30 seconds to wrestle here. Third period. Maintaining an 11-3 advantage. And again, he just doesn't give up an awful lot.
No, and he knows what he needs to do at this point in time. You just got to ride. I mean, you've got to basically just maintain good position and just finish that period on top and get that bonus point.
And that's what's going to happen as Urig gets an 11-3 victory. Final seconds have counted off, and the Governors will start with a 4-0 lead after the first match here. 126-pounders are already to the table to report, so we'll keep it here for the time being. Scoreboard brought to you by Gale's Gas Service in Pierre. We'll keep you updated on that. Pierre with a 4-0 lead to start the duel. And keep in mind, throughout this broadcast, you can listen for our highlight plays, our Rounds Financial Services highlight plays, sponsored by Rounds Financial Services in Pierre, where your money works for you. Well, Osaic Wealth member, SIPC. Quick start here for Brody Randall of Watertown. He takes on Bodie Minder of the Governors. It didn't take him but 5 seconds to have a 3-point takedown in this one. Randall's a tough one. He's the Arrows went to the Bismarck Rotary Tournament over this past weekend, while Pierre used to go to that, but they now go to the Lyman Invite. Governors took second to Sturgis in that event. Sturgis no longer going to Bismarck either, obviously, but Watertown was there. Rapid City Central and Stevens were still there. Watertown took fourth in that tournament, but they had 3 champions, and Brody Randall and Shea Richter and Cutler Swenson, who are all in the next 3 weight classes for the Arrows, were those 3 champions all in a row up in Bismarck. Sidney Fairview out of Montana won that tournament with 185 points. Bismarck Legacy and Bismarck High School were in there too, second and third, and then Watertown scored at 162.5. Brody Randall continues to work against Bodie Minder of Pierre. Randall's got Minder's arm behind him, trying to force him over, trying to literally pull him back to turn him over. That was a good push there, or a good pull.
Yeah, a little monkey tail tilt, just a lot of leverage there with the elbow in the back, and just a nice little cheap tilt out of him here. So, again, we take a look at Bodie. Bodie's another one of those kids, too, almost say very similar to Gable, that, his kind of go-to is on top, and so he's got to kind of weather this storm right now that's going on. You may be down, but yet also the understanding that I think his big moves kind of do happen with the little kind of signature ride that he has.
Well, that move that Randall had gave him 4 back points, so he's got a 7-0 lead, and the final seconds are gone here in the first period. So Brody Randall, who transferred to Watertown last year, he was an accomplished state Class B wrestler for Hamlin Castlewood the years before that, and certainly contributing to the Watertown effort. Nowadays, you got Randall in Watertown. Shea Richter from Rapid City Stevens went to Watertown last year as well. Here's Minder trying to stay in control as he started the second period. Potentially dangerous, and Chris Dozark on top of that. He'll blow the whistle. So just a few seconds, 12 seconds into the second period.
And Minder's got to find a way to stop that first move just so he can get to his. Again, a little claw ride that he likes to run on top, he's getting into right now.
Randall, with everything he did on top in that first period, just showed a lot of quickness, a lot of activity. Even as he's got things held tight, he still is very good at maneuvering his way around to try to, try something different if he needs to, or, get a bigger surge like we saw a couple of times.
Yeah, and it's a lot of chain wrestling. I mean, take a look at Bodie right now. He's kind of got one thing on his mind on top, which runs very, very well. But then you also take a look at, Randall in this case, who's more of a chain wrestler. It's like, well, I'm gonna take what you're gonna give me. Monkey tail's there. Well, if that's not there, something else is gonna be there. And he just does a really good job of flowing from one move to the next.
Minder maintaining control here as we have 1:15 to go, second period. And again, the Governors win the first match of this duel by major decision for Gable Urick. It's 4-0 on the duel. But an important stretch here for the Governors to stick with this next run of 3 in particular. Brody Randall leading this matchup 7-0 so far. And a reversal as Minder ended up a little too low. Randall slips out. He's got 2, and it's a 9-0 lead for the Watertown wrestler. So Randall has 35 seconds to try to score some more after getting a 7-point move in the first period. Minder had a lift here. Bodie Minder has at least got himself turned around, but into a stalemate they'll go. And so a reset coming. You know, the Governor's season so far, you've only had a couple of duels. Aberdeen was a good duel. Obviously, Huron was a comfortable win for Pierre, but you know, it just you'd love to be in the wrestling room hearing the words of Coach Lewis and you know how he's able to pep his guys up. He's a very good pep talker, as we've seen over the years in wrestling and in football. But there's just something added about this. I think we can feel it already here in the first 2 matches that this duel definitely means something.
Yeah, a little bit more purpose tonight. You know, I think the last couple of years he's really had to kind of scale things back and, you know, really focus more on the development of kids, right? Just like, hey, we're not there yet, but we're going to be there, right? We're going to eventually get there. You know, tonight's a little bit different story. It's like, hey, we're there. You know, now it's time to show what we can do.
Third period is just underway. It is 9-0. Brody Randall leading. They started neutral, so that is playing into Randall's strength. Gets a 3-point takedown. Now he's poised to let Minder up. He's got an 11-0 lead. Good win for a Pierre JV wrestler that brings a healthy dose of noise from the Pierre crowd. Sadly, Steinke with the victory.
Yeah, down 13-2. Come back and pin this kid.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that score is on that board, so a great win there. 14-2 now. A couple of escapes allowed by Randall to Bodie Minder, but obviously he's looking to score more. And if he gets one more takedown, this match will come to an end by technical fall. Minder got to try to defend against that. This is where you get into defensive wrestling with a minute to go. Gable Urick got a major decision. Right now, this one is a major decision margin. Minder with a hold of the leg underneath as Randall smothers him up top. Minder twisting and turning, and right now it's Randall who's trying to hang on and not lose control here.
Yeah, and even if you don't score, it's okay to stay in this position and just not give up those points either. I mean, don't do something where you're going to give up that takedown. Obviously, you want to try to score some yourself here, but yet give up only 5, or give up only 4 instead of 5 here.
As Randall slipped out again, and this match is going to go or remain as it is. A good job for Bodie Minder defensively, but an impressive 14-2 victory for Brody Randall, and our duel is tied at 4-4. 2 matches in. Good one coming up. Let's take a 30-second break. We'll be back with more Pierre Governor Wrestling.
May Adam Law Firm of Pierre offers superior legal representation. Clients can be assured their legal matter will be handled with expertise and the utmost professionalism. Their skilled South Dakota lawyers can take care of your family law, estate planning, real estate law, and personal injury. They're able to help you plan and prepare to make matters easy now and into the future. Call 224-8803. May Adam Law Firm in Pierre since 1881.
Back at Riggs High Gym. 2 matches done. A major decision for each team, and we've got a 4-4 duel. Bodie Minder falling to Brody Randall. 14-2. Now at 132 pounds, Walker West of Pierre will take on top-ranked Shea Richter of Watertown. And a takedown for Richter. But Chris Dozark stopped the action. Was there potentially dangerous?
Yeah, I think he's probably more worried about the knee buckling there, just getting put in a bad position. And that's one of those tough moves. Death cradle is what we call it, because generally, if you can set that up, it's pretty much a done deal for the guy that's on bottom in that situation. But Dozark always does a good job with just maintaining safety of kids and making sure that nobody's coming away injured tonight.
Well, Shea Richter, he loves to score, and he's got a takedown and a release and another takedown and a release. The wrestlers are neutral now. Richter with a 6-2 advantage. Watertown in the purple and gold, Governors in black singlets with the green hemlines. Another 3 here for Richter, 9-2 at the top of the circle, right in front of the Governor bench. You look at this matchup, and, I think Walker West is poised to be a good place finisher this season for the Governors, but, the elite wrestlers at the top of every weight class, like Richter is here at 32, it's amazing sometimes the difference you can see.
Yeah,
I think you can see the capability of the underdog, but you can see the dominance of the favorite wrestler sometimes.
Yeah, and it's even crazier to think that there's still that next level above him, right? And then there's still that next level above him, and that's what I just love about wrestling is that, you may be at the top of your class in your state, but yet there's always something else that you can achieve and greater goal out there in the sport.
Yeah, always somebody better. West in trouble here as Richter does have him on his back. Late stages of the second period, or it might be the first period, actually. 4 points coming. Yeah, that was still just a high-scoring first period for Shea Richter. And now as we set up for the second period, Richter underneath, 13-2, has the lead. Boys JV matches still going on. Girls varsity still to come. We'll have both boys and girls varsity matches going on at the same time. Should expect about 7 matches for the girls to actually play out. Richter is up and out. He's got a 1-point escape. He leads 14-2. And again, West in a situation he'll try to minimize damage in this one. They're off the mat and coming back to reset.
What a room that Watertown's got right now, with Richter in there and you got Randall in there, and just that energy's got to feed off of each other, and just going back to his high intensity, Randall's high intensity. Those are two kids that probably do scrap quite a bit in the room and just making each other better.
Got the Swenson boys coming up, and somewhere in there is still Gage Lohr and some big names coming up. And there's 3 more, and a technical fall for Shea Richter, claimed at the 110 mark of the second period. 17-2, the technical fall victory, and that'll give Watertown the lead. They'll add 5 to the dual score. Arrows on top by the score of 9-4. So we'll go to 138 pounds. Should be a fun one coming up here with Rowdy Menning for the Governors taking on Cutler Swenson of the Watertown Arrows. As Coach Lewis has something on his mind here before we start this one. Cutler Swenson, it was announced when he defeated his T-area opponent tonight that he won his 100th career match for the Watertown Arrows. So congrats on a milestone victory for Cutler Swenson. But Rowdy Menning wants to keep it at 100 even when he walks out of here. Swenson's a good one, though. He finds a way to get a takedown here, and 3 points registered. Rowdy Menning still coming along for the Govs. He's had some impressive finishes in the tournaments that we've seen so far.
Just trying to figure out how, best way to put it. There's going to be some fireworks in this match at some point in time, and that's just that's kind of Rowdy's mentality. It's generally, we're going to go for broke. Now, again, probably as a coach, we want to see that fire and we want to, try to pick up a win wherever we can. But also, again, we're not putting ourselves in a situation to give up some big points in the same line here.
That same fire and aggressiveness can get him into trouble a little bit.
Yeah.
And we've seen that from time to time. Swenson once again maintaining top position, 105 to go, still first period, 3-0 after the early takedown. So just in the middle of the mat, as Menning tries to get a release somehow, but Swenson still covering up top.
Yeah, it's good pressure on top and just tying up wrists. And
then as Menning gets to his feet, you kind of lose interest or you're ready to try something different.
Yeah, I think he kind of understands he's probably not going to score there on top. He's probably looking for something a little different, just trying to put some more points up from his feet if he can. But, again, you go back to Rowdy, this is where he wants to be. This is where he can get some fireworks going.
So it's 3-1 after the escape, but now Swenson has another takedown to make it 6-1. 10 seconds counting down here in the first period. Right on the edge of the mat, the edge of the circle. And the period comes to an end. Menning gets up and Swenson falls back to the mat. And might have been something that looked worse than it actually was. Chris Dozark's got a smile on his face, and nobody getting too fired up out of that. But the second period will start neutral. I think this was Red's choice. That's the Watertown wrestler here.
Yeah, he deferred first, and I think Rowdy took both up on it.
Out of bounds. It almost looked like a good example here. Swenson was controlling Rowdy's right arm, even though they were still neutral, but it just seems like that was still limiting anything that Menning could do, even while on his feet.
Yeah, it looks like, Watertown's running kind of a little pass by right now. It's what we've seen out of Randall when he was going against Bodie Minder. And, again, might have to change up our ties just a little bit and try to get out of that inside tie or collar tie in that case and maybe open something up just with even a no-tie situation on them. But, yeah, they're doing a good job of tying hands up.
Ooh. Potentially dangerous there. And this was turning into, a little bit of a body slam. And even Chris Dozark gets in the way to try to soften the blow. I don't think Swenson meant to do that, but Rowdy Menning has been awarded a point. And now on a reset, Menning with a quick grab of the ankle as he tries to gain some control here. Spreading out the legs here, Cutler Swenson, but Menning will get him down. And 3. And now Swenson is showing a little bit of pain here. Might be the right ankle, and Casey Michelson, trainer on staff and on site, will come out and check on that. That was a 3-point takedown for Rowdy Menning. And all I can think of is from what little and how we saw that from here is that I'm just guessing Swenson had his ankle twisted a little too much underneath him when he came down on the mat.
Yeah, kind of good and the bad about wrestling shoes. They got a little stickiness to them. Sometimes those feet don't want to give when the shoes don't want to give on the mat when they should. But I didn't really see that at all. I was kind of watching Rowdy just really good composure there on that takedown and not getting flustered. Had good adjustment there to get his 3.
But right now, Casey Michelson is working on the ankle, maybe a little further up from the ankle, but Cutler Swenson is really showing some measure of discomfort here. It certainly doesn't look like a dislocation or anything like that, but as Swenson will work his way to his feet, see how much weight he can put on that right ankle, and they're cutting the injury time. So right now at 47 seconds left in the second period, Menning with that takedown. We've got a different match, and be interesting to see what limitations Cutler Swenson will have going forward now. So Menning ready to go again. Swenson down, Menning up. And we got a false start. Caution to the green. First caution. So Menning back at it. And Cutler Swenson. Thing about it is Swenson got his 100th victory, and you don't get to 100 victories with sustaining injuries and things like that. You've got to stay healthy for a long period of time. Well, now maybe these days that might only take a couple of years of staying healthy, but it's kind of ridiculous how many victories a guy can get in one season this day and age. But still, decorated career for Cutler Swenson. Again, the third of 3 in a row champions that Watertown had in the Bismarck Rotary Tournament last weekend. Period's come to an end. We've got 2 minutes to go. Swenson picks himself up, still hobbling with that right ankle, not feeling up to speed. But he's trying to protect a 6-5 victory, and obviously the last thing Watertown wants to do is give 6 easy points for a default loss to the Governors. If Swenson should happen to lose this match, it's not going to be because he's going to give the Govs the points for an injury default. You got to applaud him for that.
It'll be interesting to see when. Okay. I was just going to say when, Coach Lewis maybe think about cutting, just get back to his feet. Obviously, if you've got one bad ankle in that case, maybe, again, get him to a situation where he's a little bit more uncomfortable and allow Rowdy to, get his 3 and take the victory there. But obviously, it'll change there with the reversal.
Yeah, your reaction that people might have caught on to was just they were on the edge of the mat and just a quick reversal for Cutler Swenson to give himself an 8-5 lead, and now they're back after a reset. Swenson up top, Menning underneath. Good match so far. Coming down to the 1-minute mark of the third and final period. Watertown's won 2 of the first 3 matches so far. They lead the duel 9-4. There's Swenson. Force the issue up high on the back of the head. And Menning is called for a stall. That's warning. Not doing enough underneath.
Now in a situation here too, you look for reversal. Well, that's not going to get you much because then you're only going to be, down 8-7 at that point in time. In my mind, you're looking to get to your feet as quickly as you can, and then we can start looking for, 3-point takedown.
Yeah. And now a stalling warning as well to Cutler Swenson. They'll come back on a reset. 30 seconds to go. Coming up on short time here. Swenson looping his arm through the left arm of Rowdy Menning, trying to force that to the back, but now he loses that. Still in control, still in the hold. Trying to get some leverage and force him over on his back, which he does. 2 seconds, 1, and that'll end the match. How much does Watertown get there? It's a victory for the Arrows. Is it still a decision? Hell, it should be. It's only going to be 7 at its most anyway. So at 3 to the Arrows, they'll lead the Governors 12-4. Let's pause for 30 seconds. You're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling.
Hag Ag specializes in providing agricultural solutions to fit your farm's needs. Hag Ag is locally owned and serves central and western South Dakota. Brandon has over 20 years experience in the ag industry with extensive knowledge of this area. Hag Ag provides one stop for all your Pioneer seed and chemical needs and offers ground and aerial application. Call Brandon Hag today at 605-216-6758. 605-216-6758.
3 for Watertown as they win 3 out of 4. They collect 12 points overall in that stretch. They lead the Governors 12-4. And now the Governors will try to get their top wrestler to get them some of that back as Alex Odekoven on the mat. Odie against Max Stroop of the Arrows. There's a good throw and takedown for Odekoven as he will strike first. Scoreboard says 4-0. 2 back points added. Was there I missed a penalty point or something?
Yeah, no, it must have been a 3-point. I'm assuming takedown and then 3 backers there.
Okay.
Not sure where the forward it came from. I didn't see anything either.
So Odekoven in control. He's got Stroop on his back and 4 back points pending. Oh, scissoring the head violation.
Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't see that. I was looking at rankings here, and I must have missed it.
So Odekoven, Stroop in some trouble here. It's good to have a wrestler, Caleb Brozick, on camera, and it's good to have Alex Odekoven as your 144-pound wrestler. 1 minute and 18 seconds. Odekoven with a win by fall as the mat is tapped. The Governors pull within 2 with 6 points added to the dual effort. 12-10, Watertown leads on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard, sponsored by Gales Gas Service in Pierre. As we'll keep it here, and again on the gray mat, JV matches are still going on. The girls for Pierre and Watertown getting set to do their varsity battle. And when they start, they'll be going on at the same time. We're actually halfway through our boys varsity match now as Jordan Schaefer comes out, taking the mat against Kessler Swenson of Watertown. And Schaefer, about 15 seconds in, claims the first takedown and a 3-0 lead. But Watertown had their good 1-2-3 punch here, Coach. A technical fall and a decision and a major. So they're averaging majors through that run, but that's a pretty good job of minimizing damage for the Governors through that crucial stretch. And now you get Odekoven, you get Schaefer, you got 2 of your top wrestlers for Pierre, yourself, and maybe a chance to do some damage of your own.
Yeah, as far as the losses go, I would give the moral victories to Pierre in that case, and in terms of, like I said, minimizing damage there. So great job, Odekoven, coming back, just being the leader that he is and getting that pin and just, again, kind of getting things rolling.
So Schaefer, after a reset, 6-1 our score. And there might have been a violation here that gains a point for the Watertown wrestler, Kessler Swenson. But Schaefer will work on that. We'll have Nelson, but he pushed himself a little bit too far out of bounds. And as they come back to reset with 41 seconds to go, first period, Schaefer chooses to let him up. And it's 6-1, but now, or 6-2, quick takedown again. And it's 9-2, let him up, 9-3. Couple of let-ups here for Schaefer, helping Swenson to that 3-point total. Here's Jordan coming around again. There's 3 more. How big of an addition is Jordan Schaefer to this team?
I haven't seen him wrestle much this year, but I'm just impressed. Just kind of in awe of just defense, offense, whatever it is. And just, again, that chain wrestling we talked about before. And just, Scotty's always in good position.
12-3 as the first period comes to an end. Jordan comes from a Miller Highmore Herald wrestling room that, features guys like Kellen Hurd, a 2-time state champion, and Talon Ping, a high place finisher, and Ping a little bit lighter than Schaefer, but Kellen Hurd would have been a good wrestling partner over the last 2 or 3 years. Schaefer started underneath. He got out, and then even on his knees comes charging after Kessler Swenson. They'll end up out of bounds. 1 point added to the Schaefer effort. And it's 13-3. Look at how quick he gets down on this one.
Just great little snap down, go behind.
You know, as far as the Swensons for Watertown, saw Cutler earlier, and he's a little more accomplished, I think. But Kessler, he's no slouch. But Jordan Schaefer finishes a quick technical fall, 19-4 early in the second period. 5 to the Governors, and they'll take the lead back 15-12 on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard. And we'll keep it here one more time as Watertown will send one of the top guys in the state in any weight class to the mat in Gage Lord, a battle against Talon Lightfield of the Governors. Gage Lord did not wrestle in that Bismarck Rotary invite this past weekend. He's been battling injuries, but then again, hasn't everybody in South Dakota? It seems there are injuries plaguing top wrestlers all over the place, but he's ready to go here for this duel tonight. Talon Lightfield is going to try to get a learning experience at the very least on the fly.
And if that doesn't show you the importance of this duel right here, I mean, it's kind of limited matches already, but it's like, hey, we're going to put you on the line, or I'm going to be willing to step on the line tonight just so we can get this victory. So a lot of things being thrown out there.
And I don't know if Gage wrestled against T Area tonight. Watertown beat T Area 48-28. And now the takedown gained here by Gage Lord. 157. No, he did not. Trevor Cordell of T Area defeated Owen Peterson at 157 pounds. So that even furthers that point in how much this duel means not only to Pierre but also to Watertown, and how much they relish this opportunity. So Talon Lightfield so far doing his job, trailing just 3-0. As Lohr works his magic up top, or tries to. Trying to get rolled over. And potentially dangerous here that will stop the match. Watertown fans didn't like that, but even as Lightfield gets up.
Well, they're not seeing the whole picture there. When you've got, we call an armbar ISU, you can't actually elevate that wrist stuff off the back. And I think Dozar actually let that probably go about 10 seconds longer than what it should have been.
Some of the best wrestlers do their best work by inflicting the most pain that you can. And
temporary discomfort, right?
Discomfort, yes. Yes. And now, stalemate with 5 seconds to go in the first period. I saw Gage look at Chris Dozark and just gave a little motion. What's he saying in a situation like that?
Yeah, I mean, Talon was just doing what he was doing and just not hanging on to the ankles, but just keeping himself in good position. And I think he was just looking for a little stalemate there in that case as well.
All right, those 5 seconds tick away, and just 3-0 after one period of wrestling. And as Lightfield is on top, Laurie trying to pick him up and put him back down. They do get back to the mat, but that gave Laurie an opportunity as Lightfield wasn't necessarily right there to control. Laurie gets out. Now Laurie comes back at him and has a 3-point takedown. Haven't mentioned much yet in this boys' duel, but highlight plays, and we've seen some fast scoring from Jordan Schaefer. Got that technical fall in the previous match. Alex Odekoven with a first period pin. Highlight plays for the Governors. Brought to you by Rounds Financial Services in Pierre. Now Gage Lohr trying to put some highlight plays together to get Watertown back in the lead in this duel. Pierre leads right now 15-12. And Lohr will finish the pin of Talon Lightfield. Not without some pain, but the time in this one, 2 minutes and 53 seconds, as Gage Lohr continues to dominate the field. 165 is coming up. It's going to be a good one. Let's sneak in a 30-second break. You're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling.
Graham Tire in Pierre is proud to support high school sports and the students and families that make our community so special. At Graham Tire, we focus on customer service, nationwide warranties, and everyday low prices on tires and auto services. We only offer the best brands, including Goodyear, Dunlop, Cooper, and Titan. Visit us today to discuss new tires or other auto services. Graham Tire and Automotive, 421 West Sioux in Pierre. Call us at 224-8643. Schedule service online at grahamtire.com.
Back at Riggs High Gym as we continue this Pierre and Watertown duel for the boys at 165 pounds. Porter Hunsley takes on Marcus Pitkin. And in the latest rankings, I think you've got him. Pitkin is number 2 and Porter Hunsley number 3 in this weight class. So, like we say, this one ought to be a good one. And we are already 42 seconds in. Nothing's happened yet. They went out of bounds on the bottom of the circle, heading back to the middle. It almost looked like Pitkin was trying to flex his throat a little bit. Don't know if he took an inadvertent shot of some kind.
Yeah, I think Hunsley had a little chin whip on there that can sometimes maybe maneuver things around a little bit up there in that neck region.
JV matches are in their final match, and the girls still waiting patiently here in Watertown. Expect 7 matches to be wrestled in that duel. Pierre's going to have more wins by forfeit, but Watertown's going to be favored, I think, in several of the matches that do get wrestled out. 2 wrestlers still neutral here. 30 seconds to go, first period. Hunsley takes a shot. Pitkin fights that off. Pitkin, a important member of the Watertown football team. Of course, we saw what Porter Hunsley did all season in football, too. Not just defensively all season, but that 5-touchdown effort in the state championship matchup. A win over Yankton. He's been a good guy to have around, that's for sure. In the Governor wrestling room, in the football field, what have you. They stay neutral for the first 2 minutes. We'll go to the second period, and Pitkin takes to the knees. He's up quickly. And Hunsley keeps him by the leg and then gets him up and puts him back down. Pitkin again trying to get up. And Hunsley up high and puts him down again safely. But to the edge of the circle they go. Over in front of that Watertown bench. First 30 seconds done here in the second period. We're still scoreless. Porter Hunsley and Marcus Pitkin. Watertown in front now, 18-15 after that Gage Lohr win by fall over Talon Lightfield. Here was up 15-12. Watertown adds on 6. And now Pitkin almost had Porter Hunsley, but Hunsley comes back on top and has him in control once again.
Even when he's out of position, he's still in position. It's just, I mean, it is so just amazing to watch him. And, you know, again, Watertown wrestler thought he had something big, and just knowing where he's at, just able to basically go through and roll through on that.
You know, and the funny thing is, it seemed like Hunsley collected a takedown there, but you have to remember he was still in the up position to begin, and it was just an exciting bit for nothing as far as the scoreboard is concerned.
Yeah, and you're taking a look at the physical side of things going on right now, but just the mental side. I mean, you look at this in both ways. You know, you got the Watertown guy that keeps coming up and up, and eventually as a top guy, you're like, man, I don't want to do this anymore. Or, you know, same thing on Hunsley's side. It's like you got the Watertown kid coming up, and Hunsley's returning him, and same thing. It's like, man, I don't want to keep coming to my feet. I just keep getting returned the whole time.
And another situation where Hunsley looked like he was about ready to lose his hold, but he was still able to kind of spin around and, get back in position when he wasn't in position, as you just said. 37 seconds after an out-of-bounds reset. Pitkin has gotten to his feet, it seems like, about 9 or 10 times in this period. But so far, he has not broken free, and we're still in a scoreless tie.
Yeah, that could come back and kind of hurt Hunsley a little bit on his physicality, and he's a gamer, so we'll see what happens here this third period.
Hunsley again has to pick him up, put him back down. You were hoping he'd go right into something.
Yeah,
from there. Had an opportunity.
He got a half coming right out of that double leg, and he did try going for it, but, just good defense on Watertown Wrestlers' side there.
Well, a good second period for Porter Hunsley. He didn't score, but he didn't let Pitkin up, and I think Pitkin is feeling the effects of that second period himself. Now Hunsley, we'll see what he can do from down under. Doesn't show the activity in trying to stand up out of the hold that Pitkin had through that second period. Now Pitkin,
there's two
working
sides
on leverage here.
Let's see if you're going to see it here. Yeah, and there's two sides to that. I mean, you got the old school effect of I'm going to try to get to my feet as quickly as possible. A lot of times you actually get out of position and get returned like Hunsley was doing to him. And, kind of that new rage style right now, it's a lot of back pressure, and it's, quad pod stand, tripod stand. And, he did a great job knee slide, getting out and just being a little more comfortable and just letting things happen.
Now Hunsley is out. We have our first scoring of this match in the third period. 1-0 Porter Hunsley. They'll size each other up for a bit. Not to mention collect some breath. You've got a lot of people on the Governor bench starting to get to their feet. This is a big match. Pierre's trying to stay on pace. Even a decision would tie this match up, or this duel. 6 more weight classes to go after this one. These two are out of bounds. Pitkin needs some help getting back up. 41 seconds left in the third period. Number 2 versus number 3 in the state. Remind me who number 1 is. You've got that list there.
Yeah, Slayton Jones from O'Gorman.
Okay. Yeah, he's a good one too.
Yep.
So Pitkin and Hunsley. As the girls will start their first match, or their first matches, Pierre will get some forfeits. Here comes Hunsley. There's a takedown, and the crowd comes to life. 12 seconds to go. Hunsley gets a big one there, and Porter Hunsley is going to come out on top on his home mat here, 4-0. And the Governors get the decision to knot up the duel at 18-18 on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard. Big win there. 2 top wrestlers, and Porter Hunsley comes out on top. We'll go to 175 after a 30-second break. You're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling.
Hi, this is Clark Jodry, the Business Development Officer at American Bank and Trust in Pierre. With over 25 years of experience as a local business owner, I'm familiar with the day-to-day trials and needs it takes for your farm and business to be successful. AB&T in Pierre has a team of experienced agriculture and business banking professionals that speak your language. Make American Bank and Trust your trusted banking advisor. Call or visit us online at abt.bank today.
Well, here we go at 175 pounds. Nothing decided yet. 8 matches in. Halfway through our boys duel. Halftime sponsored by Wealth Partners, Ameriprise Financial. Find them in the Capitol Creek Center Plaza on East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. And the girls duel is underway. At long last, after a lot of JV matches for boys. Here's a false start on a reset. By the way, at 175 for the Pierre Governors, Will Eilers taking on Landon Lewis of Watertown. And on the girls' mat, this is Brooklyn Randall, who needs to stop due to blood. Got a blood timeout on the girls' mat. And I thought we would have Evelyn Coughlin, although I don't know that that's the name that was announced.
No, I think it's Bracky, girl, if I'm not mistaken.
So Chevelle Bracky wrestling for the Governor girls. And Brooklyn Randall, sister of Brody, but also very good wrestler for the Watertown Arrows. Struck first in that match. Actually, she's got a 7-0 lead. And here's Will Eilers looking for 3. Hasn't got him yet. He's near the edge. In fact, the Watertown wrestler Lewis, take that back. He got 3 on a takedown. This is Eilers trying for 2 on a reversal. No control earned yet. He's got to pull him back. Has him by the ankle, and he has to succumb. Actually, it'll be a 1-point escape instead of the 2-point reversal. Pretty good job by Eilers to get out of trouble. Brooklyn Randall once again. Now the girls on your on the gray mat. If you're watching this on the full court view or the full gym view, drgnews.com. Girls wrestling on the gray mat. The boys on the green circle mat. Brooklyn Randall leading Chevelle Bracky 7-0. Bracky, a new name in the girls' ranks for the Govs. 4-1. Second period's underway, and Lewis got the escape against Eilers. No control, no takedown yet, but Lewis is close. Here, he'll get it. 3 for Watertown to make it 7-1. And Brooklyn Randall has a win by fall for the Arrow girls. And that's Brooklyn Randall's career 100th victory. Cutler Swenson had the same win total in his T-area match earlier tonight. Girls duel should be tied at 6-6. Pierre got a win by forfeit at 110. They'll go from 115 straight up to 120, and Gemma Stanglin's got a tough opponent in Olivia Anderson from Watertown. 7-2, our updated score on the boys' mat. As Eilers comes in with the shot. Lewis trying to fight that off. Yep. Oh, well, he couldn't get, needs both legs there, huh?
Yeah, he tacked ankles. I thought he had it there, but just able to slip out last second.
Well, Lewis even coming back.
Sit back into him.
This is Eilers. In maybe a little bit better shape, but, well, maybe not for long either. Eilers is underneath Landon Lewis now. Second period, 7-2.
Yep.
20 seconds to go, and once again, Eilers trying to sit back there. He's got a takedown. 3 points earned for Eilers to cut it to 7-5. 10 seconds to go, second period. Look at Gemma Stanglin out to a 3-0 lead. Got a takedown, but Olivia Anderson with a reversal, and now she has Stanglin on her back. Anderson, I believe, went to the finals a year ago at the state tournament for the Watertown girls. 7-5 for the boys as that match goes to the third period, and it's a win by fall for Olivia Anderson in 1 minute and 11 seconds. Defeating Gemma Stanglin, Watertown takes a 12-6 lead in that duel. However, Watertown is open at 125 and 130 and 135. Governors are open at 135, so Pierce should get another couple of forfeit victories here. On the girls' ranks, and Eilers. Recap that for me. I was looking on the sheets.
I tell you, we tell our kids so many times, like, I mean, no throws, right? We want to stick to the basics, right? High percentage shots. But man, when you get on the edge, kind of anything goes. And just basically an over-under and just hip toss, and it was a feet to back. It was pretty impressive.
But Eilers was out of bounds, so no scoring there. Stays 7-5. And now Lewis trying to pick up Will Eilers to get him to the mat somehow. 1 minute
keep
down.
The whizzer.
1 minute
no
down,
points.
1 to go.
No points. No points. No.
And so the Watertown coaches are wondering why there's no takedown here. You could see it from this way, but maybe they couldn't see it
and
from
I don't
their
know,
angle.
Maybe they had a different angle. I mean, sometimes if that top guy locks the leg in, no matter if there's a whizzer or not, they'll usually call 3 on that. I don't know if he had, again, some type of secure, arm, whatever on that backside that maybe I wasn't seeing either. But generally, if you got that whizzer in, it's going to be tough to get a 3 out of it.
So it's still 7-5. 35 seconds to go as Eilers becomes the aggressor, but Landon Lewis fights it off. Now he's got his 3. 10-5. Next match coming up for the girls, Kesri Benning out there against Brooke Krychek. That's going to be a good one. We'll talk about this one, or that one, as soon as the boys are done. Here's a reversal for Eilers. Back within 3 at 10-7. He's got to cut him loose, though. 11-7 now. And that's going to be an end to this one as Landon Lewis gets the 11-7 victory. The Arrows reclaim the lead at 22-18 in the duel. Score on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard brought to you by Gales Gas Service in Pierre. Let's watch this girls match now. Kesri Benning of the Governors, who's one of the top wrestlers in the state, taking on Brooke Krychek, who has placed in the state tournament. She's new to Watertown. She wrestled in Groton area last year, if I remember correctly. And they are almost a minute in, and now Kesri Benning gets Krychek to the mat for a 3-point takedown. First score of that match for Benning. On the boys' mat, Alec Eilers at 190 for Pierre takes on Cade Kemper of the Watertown Arrows. Watertown does not have the big names coming up here at the top weight classes, so we'll see if the Governors can come up with a win or two. But Kemper holding his own so far. Of course, Alec Eilers has to find a way. Kemper has a takedown, and he's got Eilers on his back. Eilers will try to bridge out of it. So far, keeping his right shoulder off the mat. Cade Kemper with a strong hold. He was able to get that hold right into a near fall situation. He moves Eilers' leg. And Eilers in more trouble, and still a lot of time. We're only a minute into this first period. Kemper looking strong for the Arrows in this one so far. Kesri Benning with a 3-0 lead on the girls' mat as they go to the second period. As Benning defers the choice. Boy, this does look tight.
Yeah.
And Kemper still in control. Eilers almost found a little breathing room, but Kemper seems to be making it only tighter. He just hasn't got that left shoulder down this time. Oh, there it is. A big win by fall for Watertown in a time of 1 minute and 51 seconds. Cade Kemper with a highlight play for the Arrows. Highlight plays in our broadcast, even if it's for the other guys. Brought to you by Rounds Financial Services in Pierre, where your money works for you. Big win for the Arrows. Kesri Benning has let Brooke Krychek up and out, so in 1-point escape, it's 3-1 in the girls' mat. As we wait for the 215-pounders on the boys' mat. So 6 for the Arrows, and with 4 weight classes to go, the Governors got to get going, trailing 28-18. In the boys' duel, Kalo Steely now for Pierre, 215 pounds, taking on Chase Pay of the Watertown Arrows. Steely made the first move, but nothing gained yet. Meanwhile, Kesri Benning has a takedown for 3, and she's got a 6-1 lead. 40 seconds to go. Steely's got a right leg. Now he's got a takedown, so he'll score first in the boys' mat. Kesri Benning, by the way, having a great season so far.
Fun to watch.
Maintains control. Grychek had an opportunity to get out. Didn't happen. 6-1 Benning. Second period about to finish on that one. Meanwhile, Kalo Steely for Pierre. Trying to curl up Chase Pay. Looked like he was looking for a cradle. That's not going to happen. At least not yet.
Yeah, good sequence, though, running from a butcher to a cradle. I mean, exactly what you want to see out of that situation. Generally, if one's not there, the other one is there, but doing a good job defense on the bottom.
45 seconds to go. First period for the boys. They'll start the third period with Benning in the down position and a 6-1 lead for the Governor girls. Benning got quickly turned around, and now Grychek can't hang on to the leg. Benning with a 2-point reversal. Kesri just seems to be one of the strongest girls out there, pound for pound, I think. Just watch her wrestle and how she's improved.
I mean, hip strength, overall strength, speed, quickness. Again, just, she's had some good technique in the past, but you're starting to see some really, high-level stuff out of her as well.
Kind of become a total package on the mat now. First period done for the boys. 3-0. Kalo Steely leading for the Governors. His choice, but he'll defer. Benning with an 8-1 lead on Grychek. Grychek with a nice spin move near the edge, trying to get 2, and she does. That's a reversal for Brooke Grychek. Now, he's keeping them in bounds. And they're out.
Yeah,
Benning just moved the leg, moved the knee out of bounds so she can get a reset. And Steely collecting a second takedown. Now Ben Caven having a chat with Zach Julfs, the law on the mat on that girls match.
Just want a little clarification on the reversal review there, the reversal call, because Kesri might have moved a little bit quickly there to that. I don't know if they would have necessarily called it or gave it, but either way.
Right. So the reset here on the girls' mat, 44 seconds and counting. Grychek's going to have to get to neutral, so she lets Benning up. Kesri with a 1-point escape and a 9-3 lead. Kalo Steely has a 6-0 lead on the boys' mat early in the second period, 45 seconds into that one. We'll keep an eye on Benning to see if she can close out a good match going. 12-3 now, another takedown for Kes. She's got her major margin now. And it looks like she'll go on and get the victory there by the score of 12-3. Good win for Benning. First win of a match that's actually been wrestled in that girls' duel. Watertown was 2 for 2 to that point. Benning will tack on 4, and the Governor girls lead Watertown 22-12. There will be more open weight classes at 45 and 55. The girls will head up to 170 pounds, and we should see Abby Lewis on the mat shortly. Taylor Land for Pierre. It's a victory. Let's see, you go from Taylor Land from the junior varsity squad for the girls. Leela Lindquist had a win by forfeit against the T area open weight class earlier. Taylor Land gets one. Actually, Lindquist will report at 155 and collect another 6. So 12 more for the Governors. They now lead Watertown 34-12 on the girls' duel. And Abby Lewis at 170 will wrestle against Nevaeh Schonbeck of the Arrows. Kalo Steely still working. The boys are neutral right now, but Steely has the 6-0 lead, and they're 30 seconds in to their third period. So Abby Lewis, the 2-time defending state champion, on the mat for the Governors against Schonbeck. She wrestled up to 170, got a win by fall over her T-area opponent earlier today. Now against Schonbeck, the 170-pounder for the Arrows. The big boys on the boys' mat really not getting a lot done here, and that's all right for Kalo Steely, even though you'd still like to see him get his man down on the mat, maybe collect another bonus point for the team if he continues along. Yep. Lewis tries to make a throw and actually slipped, and Schonbeck gets a 3-point takedown on the girls' mat with 1:07 to go. Lewis will have some work to do. Steely, in the meantime, does get his takedown. Now a 9-0 lead.
Hard up.
Can he get it turned over?
Go get it. That fist to the mat.
And just listen to the noise these two teams are making. Steely, he's got him turned over now. Seconds being counted, and he gets the win by fall. Kalo Steely at 5 minutes and 56 seconds. A big win for the Governors. They needed 6 in that sense. They'll pull back within 4 on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard. It's 28-24 Arrows as they'll go to 285 pounds for the boys. Abby Lewis trailing 3-0. Giving up some pounds in this matchup is Lewis. So she works in the down right now with 10 seconds to go. Trailing 3-0. Here's Devin Binger against Connor Christensen. A quick takedown. Feet to back for Binger. Could be another big swing here for the Governors and a win by fall. 24 seconds for Devin Binger. Back-to-back pins in 30 seconds of wrestling time for the Govs, who now lead 30-28. Back-to-back highlight plays for the big boys of the Governors. Highlight plays brought to you by Rounds Financial Services in Pierre, where your money works for you. And we'll roll the lineup over to 106 for the boys as Noah Horsley will take on Braylon Shell. Here now leads on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard 30-28. Some real fireworks in those top 3 weight classes. Here comes Shell right at Horsley. Takedown for him and a 3-0 lead for the Watertown wrestler. Meanwhile, look at that girls' score, and Schonbeck leads Abby Lewis 6-0. So I imagine she may have collected 3 back points somewhere along the way. I don't think they started neutral in that second period. We'll see the difference for Abby Lewis, giving up some pounds against a top wrestler. Actually, Schonbeck did get another takedown against Lewis. Good challenge here for Abby. You know, I mean, these are tests that you'd like to have. And obviously it's probably not going to affect the overall outcome of that duel with all of the open weight classes that Watertown still has. Abby gets out. 20 seconds to go, second period. 6-1, the score in the girls' match now. Still 3-0 on the boys' mat with 40 seconds to go in the first period. Braylon for Watertown. He's a sophomore against Noah Horsley for the Governors, who is a junior. And we got a third period about to begin as Schonbeck chooses the up position for the girls. And now Shell has Horsley down again. Chris Dozart counting 1 second, but no more than that. Not once, but twice. And the first period comes to an end, and Horsley will have some work to do. Anybody's matchup in the duel. So the Governors can clinch the duel if they get a win with bonus points here. Well, it'd still be a potential tie with a major decision. Girls matchup is 6-1. Schonbeck's been impressive. Abby Lewis has that elbow injury. How difficult can that be when you're trying to fight off the chops on the elbow and things like that?
Just the pressure, on it, just even when you're trying to tripod. But
Abby's up in a trip up. She's got Schonbeck on her back. What a play by Abby Lewis. She was up on her feet, and then all of a sudden she just got Schonbeck in a spot where she trips her up. Schonbeck immediately to her back, and Abby Lewis in the third period gets a win by fall in 4 minutes and 51 seconds. How about that for a highlight play by Abby Lewis?
Man.
Of the Pierre Governors. She was down, but she's never out. You can count on that. And Braylon Shell has just collected a win by fall for Watertown in a time of 2:52. So a big win coming back for Watertown, and the boys' duel comes down to one last match as the Arrows now lead 34-30. So we're in a final matchup. Actually, the girls' matchup is done, and Allison Conrad defeats Bailey Taft in just 13 seconds. Conrad, a very good wrestler. Watertown will get 6 there to make it 28-18, and Eden Hawk will report at 2:35 and get a win by forfeit. Hawk is a likely state champion coming up. The Governor girls will win, well, they'll go to 100 in that one. Now Daniel Mason wrestling for Pierre for the boys. Final boys matchup at 113 as he goes against Jonah Anderson. The Governors down in the duel by 4. So they, at the very least, need a win by major decision. Mason got the first takedown, but Anderson reverses, and that's 3-2.
they got score water. They got 33-30 down on
33-30?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And I'm not sure where things are filling in with matchups or with as far as criteria goes, but hopefully just get a major anyway and just seal the deal here.
If that is the case, if my math is off, for sure. Back at 100 pounds for the girls now. Shaylee Speck of Pierre against Lily Lindsay of Watertown, and I've got that score right now at 28-24 in favor of Pierre.
Yep, here we go.
Mason looking to get out, but he's got to get his head out here. There he goes. Reversal for Daniel Mason to add to a lead. Now 5-2, but he may lose it again. Reversal right back for Jonah Anderson. 5-4. Pierre leading the boys matchup. Shaylee Speck with a takedown for the girls. And a 3-0 lead over Lily Lindsay. Out of bounds go the boys. 14 seconds to go. I believe we're still in the first period there. And this is just like the old days.
Yeah, this is fun.
Duels do mean something, and they mean a lot to both of these teams. This duel in particular, in the way the ESD could go. Not to mention that, but also the state power rankings. 5-4. Daniel Mason will lead at the end of that period. We'll go to the second. Shaylee Speck now in control, 7-0 over Lindsay. Add 2 more off the back. And it's 9-0. Speck is somebody that's going to be really easy to root for this year, given the way her season ended a season last year, not being able to place in that state tournament. Ironically, it was a Stanley County wrestler, Timber Hansen, who eliminated her from in the blood round of the state tournament. Here's a 3-point takedown for Watertown on the boys' mat. Jonah Anderson leading 7-5. Speck collects 4 more as the second period comes to an end, and that's 13-0. Shaylee Speck in front. Daniel Mason got to try to get out of this. As I'm trying to look back on the scoring and see if I've missed anything for Watertown. Oh, yep. I gave Landon Lewis 4 points instead of 3 for a decision. So I have been reporting the score a little bit incorrectly. It is 33-30. Shaylee Speck with a technical fall win at 100 pounds for the Governors. That'll add to the Pierre lead at 33-24 with 1 match to go. So the Governor girls will outlast Watertown tonight. Sydney Caven will finish things off for the Governors against Vanessa Anderson. Another state place finisher, high state place finisher for Watertown from a year ago. Boys match is sitting at 7-5. Jonah Anderson leading. Any victory for Watertown in this match clinches the duel. Daniel Mason trying to get up and get out, or at least get turned around somehow. 10 seconds to go, second period. Come on, Mason, come on. Well, he couldn't get his right arm clear. Otherwise, he might have been able to get out of that. And they'll go to the third in a 7-5 bout. Olivia Anderson scores a takedown for Watertown. How about the timing of everybody controlling this duel? I mean, you're on the last match of both boys and girls. All those JV boys matches. They couldn't have planned it any better.
Not at all.
All right, Daniel Mason trying to work for the Governors. There was a second counted, but not anymore.
Got the wing.
As he had Anderson turned over. John Calda says he has the wing. He's got the left arm, but now Anderson spun around. That didn't turn out the way Mason wanted it to.
No, he just had to take his time, just walk the head a little bit there, and just really good sit up by the Watertown kid.
And Anderson gets the reversal, so he takes a 9-5 lead. Still a lot of time, but Mason's going to have to work even harder from the down. Minute 10 to go. Olivia Anderson has a 7-0 lead as that first period on the girls' mat will come to an end. Stalemate for the boys, still a 4-point margin. 1:06 to wrestle, third period. The duel on the line. Watertown holding a 3-point lead in the duel. Well, Mason was starting to crawl into something, but he couldn't make that materialize. 45 seconds ticking away. Olivia Anderson up 9-0 on the girls' mat. Time's running short for Daniel Mason and the Pierre Governors, though. Jonah Anderson He's working up top. And he's got 20 seconds to go, and we've got a stalling call that'll be a penalty point in favor of Daniel Mason. At 2 points here for Sydney Caven on a reversal, as she now is in control of Olivia Anderson. 9-6 it is. Mason. 10 seconds to go as they roll around, but Jonah Anderson maintains the hold, and Jonah Anderson will be able to ride it out. A 9-6 victory, and Watertown will win the duel over the Governors on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard by the score of 36-30. Great matchup, great duel. Pierre and Watertown certainly didn't disappoint, but the Governors will come up short. So we'll finish it off with the rest of this final girls matchup. Still a 9-2 lead. But Olivia Anderson, I believe, nope, she's doesn't have the control. Yeah, she did get a 2-point reversal, 11-2. Full post game coming up from Family Dental with offices in Pierre and Gettysburg. And we've got one period of wrestling to go in this final girls match, 11-2. Tell me about Sydney Caven, which you, of course, daughter of head coach Penn, but new to the girls varsity squad this year.
Yeah, I mean, here's a girl 2 weeks ago sitting at the 100-pound spot and ranked, I think, 4th or 5th in the state. And, you know, and spec coming down ended up moving her up, and so she's right now she's basically battling the weight issue when it comes down to it. She's probably more of a 100-pounder, and just good kid, man, wrestles hard, and. She's gonna be the real deal when it all comes down to it.
And Sydney, still a youngster, just an 8th grader. Sydney Caven, Aubrey Fisher at 110. There's a number of 8th graders on this squad. Evelyn Coughlin, Lane Heasley, Jersey Lewis. A lot of years to get better and better. Now Anderson up 14-2 after another takedown here in the third. 1 minute to go. Caven just trying to figure out what to do and how to do it. And there's a reversal. Caven not giving in. 14-4. I said Olivia Anderson. This is Vanessa Anderson. Olivia wrestles at 120. Vanessa Anderson for Watertown at 105. Apologies for that mistake. 30 seconds to go. Looks like Anderson should be able to finish this one off, but Caven still giving it everything she has. It's another thing I tend to marvel at a little more too, is the more you see girls going a full 6 minutes and in doing that multiple times over the course of a long tournament, one day or two. I mean, it's a real pleasure to see athleticism that continues to shine in the girls' ranks.
And only going to get better. Yep.
Match is over here, and there was one more reversal for Vanessa Anderson, so she will finish off a 16-4 victory in that match. But the Governors will win the girls' duel by my count in the total of 33-28. We'll see if that holds up. 51? 51, okay.
24, yep.
Missed a few weight classes, so. Governor girls get the victory, 51-28. Governor boys fall to Watertown 36-30. A lot of great wrestling, and we'll talk all about it. But let's take a 3-minute timeout before we go to the Family Dental postgame. Your final scores on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard from Gales Gas Service in Pierre. Use their budget plan and keep full service to stay warm all season long with Gales Gas Service in Pierre. We're back in 3 minutes. You're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling.
Dr. Ryan and his team at Family Dental in Pierre and Gettysburg would like to thank their wonderful patients for allowing us to treat their whole family from infants to elders and everyone in between, including routine dental care, same-day crowns and bridges, implants, and many more procedures. We are excited that soon we'll be able to offer IV sedation. We are excited for what the future will bring. Call 224-7774 to schedule an appointment today. Again, thank you to all our wonderful patients.
From the early days of South Dakota statehood through today's digital revolution, BankWest has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. BankWest associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose BankWest. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
Ameriprise Advisors can work with you to provide personalized, goal-based advice based on your short and long-term goals. Plus, you can track your investments and financial solutions with our digital tools and regular meetings. Call Ameriprise Financial Advisor Angie Teason with Wealth Partners, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services, LLC, at 605-224-6777. That's 605-224-6777. Office is located at 740 East Sioux Avenue, Pierre, South Dakota. Ameriprise Financial Services, LLC. Member FINRA and SIPC.
From the first wails of surprise to first day of school questions, playground adventures, learning to drive stress, and graduation cheers, they'll always be your little sunshine. At Avera Children's, we get kids, teens, and parents too. We'll step you through first checkups, milestones, sickness, and specialized care when your child needs it, and treat them like our own every step of the way. Learn more at avera.org/children's.
Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre is here for you. They make it easy when looking for a new vehicle, getting all available vehicle information so you can spend less time researching and more time enjoying your purchase. Shop their extensive inventory from home at CapitalCityFordToyota.com or stop into Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota, 518 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Count on them for all your service needs with convenient scheduling and in-stock parts. Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre, 605-224-7378.
Chances are you're overlooking a big energy thief in your home or commercial building. The garage doors. But Overhead Door Company of Pierre can help stop that energy waste with a full range of insulated, weather-tight garage doors. Their residential garage doors can give you insulated performance at an uninsulated price. And their Thermocore insulated steel doors give commercial buildings the energy efficiency they demand today. Find out more. Call Overhead Door Company of Pierre at 1-800-649-9905 and put a stop to the garage door energy thief.
Welcome back to Riggs High Gym. Welcome to our Family Dental post-game show. Family Dental with offices in Pierre and in Gettysburg. Brian Oakland with John Calda. And a real quick reminder, you're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling.
Driven by the Office of Highway Safety, River 92.7, KGFX FM, and K296FI Pierre. Stay alive. Don't text and drive.
That was just some really good wrestling going on here in this final duel of this triangular. And again, earlier today, Pierre beat T Area in boys wrestling 60-12. The girls got a 70-6 victory. Watertown girls and boys beat T Area. And in the final slate of duels, the Governor girls defeat Watertown 51-28, and the Governor boys fall to Watertown by the score of 36-30. Here's how it all happened. In the girls' side of things, they started at 110 pounds. Excuse me. Let's give you the matches that were wrestled. The Governors did get a win by forfeit at 110, but at 115, Brooklyn Randall gets a win by fall over Chevelle Brackey, 1 minute and 54 seconds. Watertown follows that up with another pin at 111 for Olivia Anderson over Gemma Stanglin. Back-to-back forfeits for the Governors. Led up to 140 pounds, and Kesri Benning, impressive in a win 12-3 over Brooke Grychek of Watertown. Abby Lewis then was trailing as she moved up to 170, trailing Nevaeh Schonbeck all match long, but at 4 minutes and 51 seconds, Lewis got to her feet and was able to get Schonbeck straight down to the mat and on her back, and Abby Lewis gets the pin in 4 minutes and 51 seconds. Bailey Taft at 190 was pinned in quick work by top-ranked Allison Conrad in 13 seconds. Watertown gets the win there. They also get the win at 2:35 and a win by forfeit as the Governors were open. Eden Hawk gets the victory there. Then at 100 pounds, as they rolled it back over, Shaylee Speck makes quick work of Lily Lindsay in a technical fall victory in the second period, 16-0. And Sydney Caven comes up short in the final match. Vanessa Anderson with a major decision win at 16-4. But the Governors reap the benefits of the open weights that Watertown had. Watertown in, 2, 4, 6, 7 matches that were actually wrestled. Watertown did win 4 of them to the Governors 3. But, again, the Govs have more classes filled, and they get more 6-point advances. So they win that one 51-28. Then for the boys, as we started at 120 pounds, Gable Uhrig off to a good start for Pierre, defeats Chase Matthews in a major decision, 11-3. Govs led 4-0. Bodie Minder was beaten by major decision by Brody Randall in 14-2. That tied it up for Watertown at 4-4. Then Shea Richter with a win by technical fall at 132, defeating Walker West. And that adds 5 to make it 9-4. Cutler Swenson in a really good match with a win over Rowdy Menning, 8-5, and 3 to the Watertown effort. They win 3 in a row at 12-4. They had the lead. Then the Governors come back as Alex Odekoven gets a win by pin over Max Stroop, 1 minute and 18 seconds. Pulls the Govs within 2 at 12-10. Jordan Schaefer goes tech fall over Kessler Swenson in quick work. That was early second period. 5 to the Governors to pull them in front at 15-12. Then Gage Lohr is back in action for the Arrows, and he gets a win by fall at 2:53 over Talon Lightfield to give the Arrows the seesaw lead, 18-15. Porter Hunsley with a 4-0 win over Marcus Pitkin to tie it up for Pierre at 18-18. Then 175, Landon Lewis outlasts Will Eilers. The win for Watertown makes it 21-18. At 190, Cade Kemper strong in victory, 1 minute and 51 seconds, a win over Alec Eilers by fall. That put Watertown in front, 27-18. Govs were not going to go quietly. The big boys come up with big pins each. Kalo Steele, 5 minutes and 56 seconds over Chase Pay, and that put the Governors back within 3 at 27-24. Devin Binger with a 24-second win by fall over Connor Christensen then, and Pierre led 30-27 with 2 weight classes to go, but rolling the lineup back to 106, and Braylon Shell was a little bit better than Noah Horsley. The win by fall for Shell puts the Arrows back in front 33-30. The time on that one, 2:52. And Daniel Mason needed a victory to at least give the Governors a tie, but Jonah Anderson fights him off. 9-6, the win for Anderson. Add 3 to the Arrows, and your final score is 36-30. Watertown wins it. But we up here, we love it because it just gives us that dual feel. And yes, John called it duels do mean something, and you could tell with the emotion. I mean, I remember watching duels back in the 80s and the 90s, and this is why, even though I didn't compete in this sport, I fell in love with it because the passion and the heart of everybody involved and the excitement and just how loud just a few fans can make it, even though we had a good crowd in here tonight. But even small crowds can come up with the biggest noises in when you're watching wrestling. And I mean, we saw it tonight. This is why we come here for sure.
Yeah, and it's great having 2 fan bases that are just knowledgeable in the sport. Yeah. I mean, when you take a look at this duel, the wins and losses of the matches is only I would say the only small part of what's actually going on. I mean, there's so many battles within a match, right? Just again, not getting pinned, getting a pin, the major, just like people that actually understand, those kind of situations. That's the fan base that you want. And we'll take everybody here. We'll train anybody to learn the sport of wrestling. But, it's just fact that, every inch tonight was definitely earned, and hats off to Watertown and just putting together a little bit better performance. And But I think that's a duel you could probably wrestle 2 or 3 more times and possibly see a couple different outcomes.
You know, I was just thinking that. And you could do it without having to move people around and try to do something strategic. Neither coach really had to do that tonight. It was just a matter of, who executed more, and the Arrows won that on the boys' side. And, otherwise, a lot of times you try to make choices as a coach, and sometimes they work out, sometimes they backfire. And, I think it's fortunate that we didn't see any of that tonight. It was just 2 good wrestling teams going against each other, 2 teams that are in top 4 in the rankings, and just a good, solid event here tonight. And a great way to finish off the triangular this evening as well. A lot of highlight plays from Rounds Financial Services, but the Governor girls didn't win without big plays of the game, or as we say, and same for Watertown. Big plays of the match are coming up. Let's hear from Hermanson Endodontics in Pierre, and our big plays are next. This is Governor Wrestling.
Quality comes first at Hermanson Endodontics. Dr. Brian Hermanson serves Central South Dakota with specialty root canal treatment. Hermanson Endodontics strives to provide treatment that's not only comfortable, but also provides the best possible outcome. They do this by effective and timely communication with your dentist and preserving as much healthy tooth as possible using state-of-the-art 3-dimensional imaging and the dental operating microscope to guide diagnosis and treatment. Ask your dentist if a root canal specialist is right for you. Hermanson Endodontics in Pierre.
Hermanson Endodontics with those big plays of the game, and we look at this girls' duel, and I think it's very interesting. Yes, the Governor girls, with all of the open weight classes that Watertown had, the Pierre girls were in command in that duel, but it would have been interesting to see how things had gone if Abby Lewis had not been able to get the upper hand on Nevaeh Schonbeck. And Schonbeck was, oddly enough, controlling the 155-pound top-ranked wrestler for Pierre, Abby Lewis, the entire first 2 periods. And then he just was looking real strong. Schonbeck's got some good things if you can handle Abby the way she did. But then Abby just knows the sport, obviously, and she found an opening and made a big play.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to the football cliche of, winners win, because that's just what winners do, right? I mean, never there, they're not always down, but, never down, never out in that situation. And, with her, it was just kind of a little bit struggle maybe with the change in weight and so on. But, once she got back to her feet, and I think that's where she was going to win that match in the first place. And, just pulling something very special out.
And really, what was it that she did? I mean, she just kind of, she kind of got Schonbeck from the back of the neck.
Yeah, it's a chin whip, basically, it's called.
And tripped her up and just had her straight down to the back.
Yep, man, she's great hips. And just, it's an athlete being an athlete, too, just putting yourself in good position in that case. And, a lot of kids would actually probably put themselves in danger by running that. And just great job, Abby.
You can trail a match for 4 minutes and 4.5 minutes, but it only takes about 5 seconds to get the upper hand, according to Abby Lewis. And that big play of that matchup for the Governor girls. Big plays in the boys, I think, especially for Pierre. You're going to look at the top weight classes. I think you and I both, I did at least, when we go to 190 pounds and Landon Lewis gets that decision, it's 21-18, and now you've got a 190-pound bout with Alec Eilers and Cade Kemper. I kind of thought that could go either way. Kemper was definitely the better wrestler in that match here tonight. But then when Steele and Binger come up and get 2 big wins, and not only Steele getting one at the end, but I didn't expect Devin Binger to come out and make such quick work of his opponent. That's 12 quick points, and the Governors led 30-27. But to me, the big play of the match has to be when Braylon Shell comes back and gets a win by pin over Noah Horsley. And, maybe those 106 and 113 matches could have gone either way. But certainly Shell did what he needed, what his team needed him to do, and he made the big play in that boys' duel.
Yeah, and that's got to go back to these duel situations and not starting out at 106.
Yeah.
It's like, man, you could start that 106. Now all of a sudden, those matches aren't quite the big deal of the night, and so it's like, well, God, maybe those don't go, 6, maybe those don't go 6, and for us, and maybe that changes things up top, and that's what I like about this is that you're not always putting the emphasis on that heavyweight wrestler to to win or lose the duel for you. It puts everybody else in. And every match, again, like we've already said, it's a big deal. It's every point matters in these close duels like this.
I mean, think of it. If Watertown has a 6-point lead, for example, coming into that last match, and you've got Gable Urig at 120 instead of starting the match up off. Of course, he starts with a major decision, and obviously you try to treat every match the same no matter what the situation, but maybe things really get fun after, if that was the case. But anyway, it is a good thing. But Watertown gets the big victory, and they've got the big plays of that match to prove it. Sponsored by Hermanson Endodontics in Pierre. And with that, last order of business will be the naming of tonight's players of the game. The outstanding wrestlers will give one Pierre girls a Player of the Game t-shirt. We'll give another Pierre Boys Player of the Game honors as well. But let's hear from Cowboy Country Stores in Pierre and Fort Pierre, your Players of the Game, coming up next.
Anytime is a good time for Cowboy Country Stores in Pierre and Fort Pierre. Fill up your tank and your stomach. Fresh baked pastries, coffees, regular and breakfast pizzas, Camp's chicken, and more. Feed the family while on the go. Then treat yourself to soft serve ice cream in cones and dishes. Convenience with a capital C. Cowboy Country Stores, Euclid Avenue and Harrison Avenue in Pierre and in Fort Pierre.
The announcers are in agreement, and our players of the game from Cowboy Country Stores in Pierre and Fort Pierre tonight. You look at the girls and those who shined. I think a great couple of wins for Shaylee Speck tonight. He had an impressive win for Kesri Benning here in this Watertown duel over a ranked wrestler in Brooke Grychek. Benning 12-3 with a major decision win. And Gemma Stanglin had a win by fall over her T-area opponent earlier tonight. But Abby Lewis, not only with the victory from come-from-behind fashion over Nevaeh Schonbeck in the third period, but also wrestled up to 170 and had a win by fall over Lexi Duffy of T-area tonight. So Abby Lewis is our girls player of the game this evening. We'll get her a T-shirt noting her accomplishments as the Govs win both duels tonight. And with due respect to the Watertown Arrows who won their matches, and Braylon Shell and the guys, Cade Kemper, who got the wins by fall when needed. Gage Lohr, of course, good to see him back on the mat. And other fine performances for the Arrows tonight. We keep it local in wrestling. And for the boys, pat on the back to Alex Odekoven making quick work and a win by fall. Jordan Schaefer in a quick technical fall early second period. But you got to look at these guys who had big pins when they really needed it. Devin Binger just with an incredible 24-second performance tonight. But I think the biggest one, and John Calda will agree, that Kalo Steely's 5:56 win. When the Governors had to have points, you're down by 9. It looks like you're going to get a victory, but maybe only 3 points, maybe 4. Instead, Steely gives the Governors 6 by sticking his opponent, Chase Pay, at 5 minutes and 56 seconds with just 4 seconds left in that match. That's player of the game worthy there.
Yeah, 100% agree. And I couldn't express it enough all night, just how much the points matter in those situations. And, again, just a guy, doing what he can for his team. And that's, again, that's what I kind of enjoyed even tonight, but a little bit more is that just the team aspect of everything going through. And just, God, man, this is fun doing. Hats off to Steely getting that done.
All right, so the Governors do fall 36-30 as both teams will move on to the weekend. Governor boys will be going to the Jerry Otbrook Invitational in Mitchell, where they have been each and every year. And here's the fun thing about the Mitchell Invite. They're not in that old gym anymore. They're in that brand new state-of-the-art facility. I was there for a volleyball match. It's beautiful. Wrestling fans, you will love it in Mitchell. I mean, it will still be loud. Not as loud as it used to be, but it'll still be a lot of fun. That's the Mitchell Invite this weekend for the Governor boys. And I want to look up the girls' schedule. I think there's a Harrisburg invite. Is there not coming up tomorrow?
I think some JV girls are going to Gettysburg tomorrow, and then also the big invite at Harrisburg.
Yep. Okay, so that's right. The Harrisburg invite for the girls. Watertown and T-area, I think, are also going to be competing in that Harrisburg invite as well. And that's what's coming up. Of course, we will have one more Governor broadcast in wrestling, and when the Governors host the Mitchell Colonels here on February 3rd, I believe. believe it is. We will have coverage of that on a Thursday evening. So we hope you can join us for that. And of course, if the Governors make the state dual tournament, we'll be covering them here from Riggs High Gym. The Governors, in fact, Pierre High School will be hosting the B's on Friday and the A's on Saturday, February 15th. So something to look forward to for a second straight year here as well. Before we let you go, we remind you that, we wish safe travels to Watertown and T-area fans. It's supposed to get really windy out there, so take it easy, folks, but remember to buckle up every trip, every time, and don't veer for deer. This time of the year, the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety reminds us to buckle up. It starts with you. You've got someplace to be. And we've got Governor basketball also coming up. Let's see, we're done for the weekend. In fact, our next coverage of Governor Hoops will be on Tuesday when the Governor boys host the Douglas Patriots. The Governor girls head out to Box Elder to take on the Patriots. Girls on KGFX. The boys will be here at 6:30 on River 92.7. Catch all the action video-wise as well at drgnews.com. And our thanks to Caleb Brozick for running the show with camera duty tonight. William Wilson pinch hitting, stepping in for Chuck Hansen from earlier. Our technical directors this evening as well. For John Calda, I'm Brian Oakland. Until we meet again, your final Gales Gas Service scoreboards. Governor girls get a couple of victories over T-area 70-6 and Watertown 51-28. Governor boys fall to Watertown 36-30, but earlier did defeat T-area 60-12. This has been a presentation of your official voice of the Pierre Governors, River 92.7 and drgnews.com. Good evening, everybody.
You've been listening to Pierre Governor Sports on the official home of the Pierre Governors, River 92.7 and DRG Media Group. Governor Sports is brought to you by your Pierre Sports marketing sponsors, Bank West, Beck Motors, Dakota Storm Roofing, Superior Concrete, Live Ticket, Overhead Door, New Edge Advisors, Avera Orthopedics, Capital City Ford Lincoln Toyota, Kruger Contracting, Century Business Products, and the Brittany Scheffelbein Agency of American Family Insurance. Governor Sports is also sponsored in part by Dakota Mart, TMA, First Dakota National Bank, May Adam Law Office, Edward Jones, Avera St. Mary's Hospital, Wegner Auto, Graham Tire, and by Xander Auto Parts, American Bank and Trust, Kathy Sun and Shine Properties, Oahe Federal Credit Union, the Ramkota Hotel and Conference Center, Tokyo Hibachi and Sushi, Bauman Lumber, Ferding Electric, and Black Hills Federal Credit Union. And coverage of high school sports on River 92.7 is also brought to you by these special in-game sponsors: Bank West, the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety, Central Dakota Eye Care, Envirotech, the South Dakota Attorney General's Office Division of Consumer Protection, Rounds Financial Services, Comtech, Coca-Cola Bottling, Wealth Partners Ameriprise Financial, Hermanson Endodontics, Family Dental, Cowboy Country Stores, and Gales Gas Service of Pierre. Thanks for listening to Pierre Governor Sports on the official home of the Pierre Governors, River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
Away from me.